1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2.
just a small announcement about the Wi-Fi. A lot of people have been asking. Radisson Blu Wi-Fi is free. When you connect to it, it will ask you to sign in. All that means is that once you click on sign in, it will take you to a page. And on that page, there is a little section that says select. When you click on it, you are connected. There is nothing more you need to do. You can even exit from your browser and you will be connected. The Radisson Blu Wi-Fi is free. There is no password.
Fight you. May they come, they already know. I'll be right beside you, like the wall of Jericho. They don't know, they don't know, they don't know what's going on. Monagiso, 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 my baby boo. I'll be a soldier for you. I'm getting better in Kung Fu. You should know I got it, and you don't need to guide me too. I'll be right beside you in anything that you do. If you ever need saving, I will be running to you, running, running, running to you. I'll be running to you, running, running, running to you. Anywhere that you go to, running, running, running to you. I'll be running to you, running, running, running to you. Anywhere that you go to.
Hey guys, it's Miss Uzi and I'm chilling live in the studio with the baddest DJ, Baby Gala.
When I'm looking be for trouble. It's cause I know that I got you. Wanting more best everybody, oh oh. And it's because of your kung fu. And anytime that I'm out of control, you hold me down. You never let go. Yeah. Una kiss, my baby boo. See all the battles you'll be fighting, and I'll be right there with you. I may be small but I'm mighty, and I go running for you. And anybody ways I be, yes, no be you pull it, I be alright. And if I ever need saving, I'll be running to you.
Running to you. I'll be running to you. Running to you. Anywhere that you go to. Running to you. I'll be running to you.
I really wanna tell you on my day when really want to spend the weekend. I for sure you this thing I'm feeling.
Oh yeah, but I don't really know you that well.
I really wanna kiss you in the face, baby. And maybe every other place, baby. You be like, say I don't remember, say I don't really know you that well.
We can go there if
I
want to, but me I don't know.
Oh no.
Why I think I love you when I don't really know you that well. We can go there if
I
want to, but me I don't know.
Oh no.
Why I think I love you when I don't really know you that well. I'm too polite to insult your intelligence. Why do I believe that we have met? Maybe not in this life. Time's frozen for a second, so I'm thinking tonight we break the ice, or better still, we can set it aside. Temporarily, my temperature is telling me that you got me so hot. Stop, girl, there is no remedy. But you don't know me well enough to reply, and I don't really know you that well. It's funny, you have something in your teeth, but would you try to stop me if I wanna take it out? Cause you don't know me properly. Girl, I think you love me, but you turn this bad boy into an easy girl. Too busy for me. Baby, I'm just busy for me. Call me when you're ready for me. It's crazy, baby, how I don't care at all.
I have a money, have a Gucci, Maserati, Louis Vuitton. I have a driver, big house in Paradona, mas não sou feliz sem ela. Devolva a minha Helena. Eu sei que ela é boa de corpo. Vai uma, vai duas, vai grade. Todo sábado chega tarde. Eu sei que ela é boa de corpo. Vai uma, vai duas, vai grade. Também tem suas qualidades. Qualidades. Me devolva a Helena, minha bebada. 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 E quando ela chupa, desarruma party. Às vezes dioga, eu era feliz antes de levares a Helena de mim. Cê não aguentas, me devolve só eu sei que ela é boa de corpo. Vai uma, vai duas, vai grade. Todo sábado chega tarde. Okay.
Where you miss, go show you good loving. All them go come your way. Don't let them go away. For me I hold my baby. For me I hold. For me I hold. For me I hold. For me I hold my baby. For me I hold. For me I hold.
Break it off, another hot explosive mix.
Some people in your life are there to make you smile. sure they will take your pain and give you so much joy. For me I hope, for me I hope my baby. For me I hope, for me I hope, for me I hope, for me I hope my baby. For me I hope, for me I hope. The only one. Say na me you call your number one. I thought I was the one. Why did you lead me on so long? Then she said to me, did you even notice that I don't call you anymore? Did you even notice that I don't pick up your calls? See Shoko hold me down. Before I know, that's all she said to me. Oh, 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 Chico. This is hard for me to say. I'm gonna say it anyway. I've fallen out of love with you. This is hard for me to say, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I've fallen out of love.
Got the music. Anyhow, what you want, time I got them. You the one you go like, come on. I gonna make you fall in one time. From Toronto to Idumapo, anywhere where you went, I follow. You're on my down selling distress. I said, no, I tell you my time. Not correct things you go to see. The kind of love where I go show it.
again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If we can all quickly settle down so we can kickstart this program as soon as possible. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure to welcome you once again. Gloria and I are going to attempt to do some pre-opening introductions, so we're not just sat down here and wondering who the next person is. I'd like to especially welcome all of you to the 8th edition of the African Women's Conference. And I'll start by bunch recognizing countries that are here with us. I want to trust that as I do that, ladies and gentlemen, we've just had breakfast, so we're going to be able to applaud one another effectively. Can we put our hands together for the delegate from South Africa? Please welcome them. Delegates from South Africa. We also have delegates that are here with us from our host country, Zambia. Please give them a big round of applause. We have delegates here with us from Zimbabwe. Please give them a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have delegates from Ethiopia. Please give them a big round of applause. And of course, the largest number of delegates in the room are from Nigeria. Please give them a big round of applause.
Woo!
Glory.
And that's not all. Thank you. And that's not all. But could you first turn to your neighbor with a smile and say, welcome to AWC 2024. If your neighbor is not smiling, you're permitted to change the neighborhood. You're not static. Could you turn to your neighbor on the other side and do the same thing too? You can see I intentionally did not say turn to your left or your right, because you'd be looking for which is left and which is right. And now give yourself a resonating round of applause for yourself. Thank you so much. And also here with us, we have delegates who have come from far and near. But I was thinking that Lady Rekia would start, because you know the area councils are so important. But not before we recognize the presence of the one who's representing our own Minister for Women Affairs in Nigeria, Haja Iman, who is here represented by Princess Jumai Idonije. Lady R?
Yeah. I'd also like to specially extend our welcome to delegates from Kuje Area Council. Now, I need to say something about these Kuje women. These Kuje women are not here to joke with anybody. Can you stand up for special recognition? They came here in their own uniform, they're branded for African Women's Conference 2024. We appreciate you. That delegation is led here by Mrs. Salamatu Shoaibu, First Lady, Kuje Area Council.
There was a song that the Kuje women sang for their team lead. It was so amazing. Kuje women, could you just teach them that song that you sang for the wife of your chairman? Sing from where you are. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for them. We also have here a delegation from the Kwali Area Council. the Kwali Area Council is here led by Mrs. Hannatu Danladi Chia. Please, could you just stand up and wave? We see you. Thank you very much.
Closely following up to that is the delegation from Gwagwalada in Abuja. We are welcome. Please stand up for recognition if you are there. Thank you very much. We're happy to have you at the 2024 AWC.
And before I move to the next, I think Gwagwalada is so important in the history of Abuja that we have a song. I enter from Abuja to. Thank you. And we also have here a delegation from the Buari Area Council. The Buari Area Council is here led by the First Lady, Lami John Gabaya. Please clap for them over there.
One of our guests of honor is also in the room, and I'd like to do a pre-recognition. I'll give you more details about her profile just in a bit. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can you put your hands together for Honorable Miriam Chanya. She's Member Parliament of the Zimbabwe Parliament, Ambassador for Women Political Leaders Network. You're welcome, ma'am.
And also on that table, we have royalty in our midst. There are many queens, but there is a queen mother. Please join me welcome with every sense of royalty. If you're talking to your neighbor now, you are wrong. If your neighbor is talking to you now, you are wrong too. Because we are about to welcome the Queen Mother herself. She is the leader of the Wives of the Federal Capital Territory Traditional Rulers, Her Royal Majesty Hawa Ibrahim Adamu.
We will keep the recognitions coming in, but in the meantime, let me also extend recognitions to Princess Hawa Philip Aduda. If she's in the house, you're welcome. We also have Honorable Christopher Zaka. Honorable Christopher Zaka is Chairman, Abuja Municipal Area Council. Abuja, give him a round of applause if he's here or represented. I'd like to also recognize Mrs. Jane Eko Undwa Danye. She's the coordinator for Defense Women's Association. You're welcome. Please give her a big round of applause.
We also have here in our midst the wife of the immediate past head of service of the Federal Capital Territory, Mrs. Atang, the princess herself, a woman who's making us proud in her own right. Please, a round of applause to her. We also have here a team from the Federal Ministry of Investment and Trade in Nigeria. I see Akpotu Esilomi B. Please, could you be upstanding? Please clap for her. They lead the trade. So if you want to know where to invest in Nigeria, meet her. She will lead you aright. We also have a team from Naseni, and I see Dorcas Wado Benson here. We also have from Nasarawa State University, collaborating with the AWC for the betterment of women in leadership in Nigeria on the continent of Africa. On my list, I have Dr. Hawao Mainoma. Dr. Hawao. But there's a prof beside her, so we will deal with that technicality. Lady R.
Thank you very much, Glory. I'd like to also recognize the presence of Passable Mariam Mudeze. She's Zimbabwe, and she's leading the delegation for AW Next Zimbabwe. Please give them a big round of applause. Feishayo Odetunde, she's Nigerian from the National Assembly. Please give her a big round of applause. Is she here? Thank you. Yes, please.
We also have here in our midst a man who understands the virtue of carrying your wife along. If Adam had done that, the serpents would not have found Eve. Please join me welcome Dr. Kangwa Mebuluki, PhD, and his wife, Mrs. Florence Mebuluki. You're not clapping well. You don't understand the Adam story.
Let me also quickly recognize the presence of Mrs. Jamila A. Abubakar, First Lady, Gwagwalada Area Council. Abaji Area Council. All right, I'll go ahead again and I say big welcome to Lami Johnson Gabaya, First Lady, Buari Area Council. She's there. We welcome her.
Permit me also welcome our sister. She's become like a symbol of what it means to push forward and to do it right and do it well. The Chief Executive of Vardy, Modley and Associates Property Limited and a global entrepreneurship and management leadership employee wellness expert, Vardy Modley. We also have on that same table the Director, Interim Joint Admissions and Matriculations Board, IJMB in Nigeria, Dr. Rita Akpan Egon.
Okay, so my next line of recognitions will be to Mr. Salihu Abdullahi Dembos, DGNTA, he's probably not here, but AWC Media Champion, we recognize your contribution to the association. Ambassador Dr. Jacqueline Moher, she's not here, but I'm sure she's online or something, so she's watching. We recognize your participation as well. Chief Mrs. Titi Lola Adeleke, AWC Grassroots Entrepreneur Ambassador, we thank you also.
We also have here in our midst the Customs Area Controller, Kirikiri Lighter Terminals in Lagos, Comptroller E.J. Edeldwok. If you know that you have container to clear in the future, clap properly. Also here, once again, from the Defense Officers' Wives Association, the coordinator, Mrs. Jane Eko Odiandeye. Please, could you clap for her extra on my behalf? She saved my life at the airport. Should I tell them? Also here in our midst, permit me to welcome from the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, Okwaligbe Ebosetale. Why are they always very humble? Very, very humble. And also online, we have the future. Our own speaker of the Voice of the Girls Parliament in Nigeria, the grooming arm of the Africa Women Conference. When you graduate from there, you go to AW next. Honorable Sam's Praise. You will get to meet her in the course of it, so please clap for her. We also have here in our midst, many of you would be looking for Chef Mimi. Don't look for, she's not on the program. But we have the coordinator and advisor, AW Next, Shitu Gamaliel, aka Chef Mimi. And also, I wouldn't have an association to go back to if I fail in this one. The Vice President of the Nigeria Association of Women Journalists, Mrs. Chizoba Ogbeche. My Vice President, please could you be upstanding so they know you? Thank you. Please, a round of applause to her.
Of course. I'd like to also specially recognize the presence of a champion of women's empowerment and humanitarianism. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Adamu Aisha Abdullahi, AWC Emerging Leader.
Wow.
We're specifically very proud of you, ma'am, and we're thankful for all the efforts that you put into AWC. She sponsors a lot of teams, you know, young ones to AWC programs. Thank you, ma'am. Please give her a big round of applause again.
Lady R, I know it is not me who should do this. You will still do it. But permit me give flowers to that Igala girl. Permit me give flowers to a visionary who's driving purpose. Permit me give flowers to a young girl whose dreams has evolved. Permit me give flowers to resilience, to persistence, to reliability, to transparency, to integrity. Please join me give flowers to our co-convener, Dr. Jomai Amadu. So you were looking for the pancake you didn't find. She came prepared, beautiful from creation. So what can I do? Please clap for her again. If you don't mind, be upstanding as you clap. Shall we rise up and give her flowers? At the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, clap. Take your flowers. You have done well. Thank you from all of us. Please have your seats. Lady R.
So we're going to keep the recognitions, you know, coming in as we get them. I like to see how fast we can get through today's program. I believe that everyone has a program. While we're waiting for a couple of important dignitaries to still step into the room, we will just, let me take some ground participation rules for the House. You can see Trifina is standing there and wanting to insist on setting the ground rules for.
But before you set the ground rules, permit me give you your flowers too.
Okay.
There are many flowers in the land, but the one standing over there is an amazing woman, an actor, a leader, a mentor, a mother, the one who gives me bombastic side eye, and I know that I have to keep it all together. Please, a round of applause for Lady Rekia Atta. You know that we all need one another. She has shown me that some angels do not have wings and some superwomen do not need capes. Thank you, ma. God bless you. And somewhere in there is a red cap chief from the southeast, an actor, a big brother, a microphone expert, a technocrat of importance. Please join me welcome Monsieur Francis Duro. And now to your ground rules.
I particularly didn't want to do the Nollywood introductions this year. If you know, the Nollywood team is drastically reduced, you know, because people were engaged in doing one or two things. And I'm sure that wherever they are, all of them, all our Nollywood brothers and sisters will be watching online as we speak. I miss you. I'm sure Francis and I, it's not the same. So we would work very hard to ensure that next AWC, we keep the team. Please give the Nollywood a special round of applause. Okay, back to the ground rules that I was attempting to set. If you look at your programs, you will see that we've got quite a bit of you know, activities to go through in the day. So we will be juggling the lineup just so that it can make it convenient. so you don't get surprised when Gloria and I come back and just move an activity, either backwards or forward. It is just for the convenience of the day. In terms of the use of restrooms, if you look right here, like where the gentleman in green is standing, all the people you see in green today, like the other lady is over there, they're volunteers and they will help you with any access that you want, in the room. The gentleman is standing right over a plaque that shows the direction for, can you move a little bit, let me see. I think it's the gents, so when the men want to go and, use the restrooms, you go down this way, the corridor to the back, and when the ladies are going to the restroom, is the other plaque over there, and then you can use that. In a minute, we will officially kickstart the event. In the meantime, I'd like to ask the DJ. Please, the DJ has done a very good job today, hasn't he? Please give him a big round of applause as he takes over for a minute before I come back. Thank you very much. Keep clapping for him.
Such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
Thank you once again. Thank you so very much. And so the man we have been waiting for has arrived. Please join me with all the joy, with a round of applause as we welcome the Permanent Secretary, Gender Division of Zambia, Mrs. Myanga Kabika, here represented by the Director, Gender in Development, Mr. Henry Nkoma. Mr. Henry, could you wave? Women, please, let's clap for him. He's our host. Thank you. We also have here Mr. Wabi Kamangala, Principal Gender Officer, Gender Mainstreaming. Mr. Wabi. Thank you very much, Mr. Wabi. And we also have here the presence of the All Africa Students Union, here led by Comrade Igwe. And so, my lady, it's back to you.
Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to officially kickstart this occasion, and if the ICT DJ, if you're ready, we would officially start by observing our national anthems. We're going to do them in this order. We'll first take the Zambian national anthem, and then we'll come to the Nigerian national anthem, and of course, the women's national anthem. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if I may humbly ask you to stand up while we observe the national anthems. Thank you. Please remain seated.
Nigeria, we healthy, our own native land, though tribe and tongue may differ. Nigeria, we healthy, our own native land, though tribe and tongue may differ. In brotherhood we stand. Nigeria.
to hand unto our children our banner without sin.
Thank you.
O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no one is oppressed. Peace and plenty, Nigeria will be blessed.
Thank you.
And now the women's anthem. And
all across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free, no longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development and peace. Women can't be silent when all around the world people hurt and hungry children cry. We'll sing out loud for justice and development and hold the rights of other people high. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development and peace. Women now are working to build a better world where the love of peace can rest on every shore, where men lay down their weapons and learn to love and share, and people work to bring an end to war. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development and peace. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development and peace. All across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free, no longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development and peace. Women can't be silent when all around the world people hurt and hungry children cry. We'll sing out loud for justice and development and hold the rights of other people high. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So
please give her a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Again. Together, We will guide you through these inspiring sessions and celebrate the power of African women. Thank you for being here, and let's have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you so much. I'm going to kickstart the event immediately as I invite the co-convener to deliver her welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Jumai Amadu. Please keep clapping, otherwise I won't let her speak. If you don't clap enough, she's not going to speak. Thank you, Dr. Jumai.
Thank you very much, Auntie Rekia, and my fairy goddaughter, Glory. Thank you for doing a wonderful job this morning. I want to specially welcome all our delegates to the 8th edition of the African Women Conference. Could you please give yourself a round of applause for making it to the 8th edition of the African Women Conference? The Director, Gender Division in the President's Office, the Member of Parliament here present, the representative of our Minister of Women Affairs, my sister Iman from Nigeria, our special guest from Zimbabwe, then the Director of Gender Studies, Nassau State University, the platform with which we are hosting our flagship educational program, one of the resolutions from this conference 3 years ago, and the representative of the African Women Park all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, and specially recognizing all the FCT Area Council Chairman wife that are here. Kuje Area Council Chairman wife is here, Hajia Salamatu. Then my daughter Jamila Abubakar, she's here also. Then my wonderful, delectable daughter Aisha Ademu, thank you very much for all you are doing. She's doing so well, and I've proven that when given a chance, the younger women can really take us to where we have been aspiring to be. Thank you very much. The Controller of Customs, thank you, Ma, for coming with your team. Then the delegation from Prime Minister of Trade and Investment, we especially welcome you. The wife of my former head of service, Mrs. Atan, thank you for coming. Then the Defense Intelligence Agency's Wife Association President, thank you, Ma, for keeping faith with us and for being here this morning. Then my special team, the AWC Nest, welcome, blessing. Then the AWC he for she, unfortunately for us, the chairman couldn't make it, but he has a representative here in the person of Mr. Igwe, who is also the president of All African Student Union. He's also been with us over the years at AWC conferences. Then the National Vice President of Nigeria Association of Women Journalists, she's also my daughter-in-law, Mrs. Chizoba, you're welcome. Then not forgetting our special guests who've ever spiced up the AWC, but this year, like my sister Rekia said, they are not here because of some engagement that they couldn't put off like they have been doing for us over the years. But I want to especially welcome my brother Samson Francis Duru, and my auntie, she's also the Helpline Social Support Initiative Ambassador Rekia, which is why whatever she's doing, no matter how much they are paying her, she puts it off and she finds her way to AWC. Thank you very much, Auntie Rekia. Then my sister, Vani, thank you for your sacrifice all the way from South Africa. We appreciate your sacrifice. And all the team from DIA, my sister, my two sisters, thank you for coming. And every other person, Dr. Rita, she's from the Prime Minister of Education. Thank you very much for being with us always. And every other person, I want to welcome you and appreciate you for finding time to be here. My sister, Madam Florence and Reverend, thank you very much for all you do for the cause of women development. It's on this note that I will give my short welcome address, so we go on with the program. I welcome you all to the 8th edition of the African Women Conference here in the beautiful city of Lusaka, Zambia's capital city. This year, we gather with great excitement under the inspiring theme, Digital Advancement, Harnessing its Potential for the African Woman. As we embark on this new digital age, we recognize the incredible opportunities it presents for African women to empower ourselves and our communities. Technology is a powerful tool that can amplify our voices and pave way for success. This conference is a vital platform for collaboration, learning, and sharing innovative ideas. With the lineup of distinguished speakers, we shall explore many dimensions in digital advancement, entrepreneurship, education, health, and social advocacy, aiming to break the barriers and envision a future where African women lead in decision-making and innovation. I encourage each and every one of us to connect at this conference, engage, and share your insights from every of the panel that we are going to have, very rich panel with people who are vast in this particular field that we are discussing this year. We are all here to learn from one another as we discuss digital literacy, access to technology, and importance of online safety. Our children have to be safe online. A lot of things are happening, but if you don't know how to guide them, you might lose them to people who are online waiting for children that they can recruit for some illicit activities. So let us take advantage of the opportunity to learn and see how we can go back to our communities to be a better version of what we've been advocating and doing in the past. Let us champion inclusivity and ensure that no woman is left behind in this digital revolution. We have women from rural communities of the Federal Capital Territory here with us this year, more than the number we used to have before, because the chairman believed that exposing them to conferences such as this will broaden their knowledge and provide them with practical skills to become more confident. We have seen that happen. From our trip from Abuja up to Uganda, we saw a lot of changes in these women already. There's a video we are going to play for you to watch in the course of this conference to just let you know that beyond coming to talk, people, when they are given opportunities to leave their environment, they learn on their way, not necessarily when you give them some money or things from a particular conference. Travel alone, we all know, is the best form of exposure we can give to anybody. And to make them confident and efficient as they lead in their respective communities. They have made commitment that this has opened their eyes to things that they never knew they could have opportunities of seeing. And we believe that by the time they get back to their community, they are going to impact more. Tell people the stories of what they have seen, and those ones will learn and look forward to future opportunities. In the past 1 year, we at AWC have been able to carry out few activities which were part of our resolutions from Ethiopia last year. We're able to inaugurate the AWC He for She sometime in September this year, and we have members from across African countries that came for the inauguration at Abuja. The former Vice Chancellor of Nasarawa State University is the chairman of that committee. He had technical issues, which is why he's not here, but Igwe is going to take his speech when the time comes. The AWC, the aim of having this particular arm in the African Women Conference to enable us leverage on the support we can get from men. I always use an example of what happened in my dear country, Nigeria, when we had a bill that concerned women at the National Assembly, because we are few in number at the National Assembly. That bill never saw the light of day. But if we had had so many men recruited as he for she, they could have stood their ground and ensured that some aspects of those bills were passed, rather than just throwing the entire bill away. So with that, we decided to have a section, a part, an arm of the AWC that can advocate. And these men are ready to work and advocate for us and be our voices where we are not much in number, so that whatever concern women can be achieved. We also have, in the course of the year, the AWC Nest, amazing young ladies. They carry out some outreach activities in Abuja and some other African countries. The chairperson is going to give us their progress report when she is going to speak. And I'm also pleased to announce to you that we have been able to acquire a parcel of land in Tungamaji, a suburb of FCT, where we intend to develop the African Women Conference Leadership Development Center. Currently, the program is hosted in the Nasarawa State University, Kefi, and we hope that when we have this physical structure, women can come to that center to see how they can learn skills, because the program is a 3-month online program, fully online, that women learn theoretical and practical aspects of skill acquisition. So they will have the leadership skills and also develop their businesses where they can know how to manage their resources. Because it's one thing for you to have the financial independent. It's another thing for you to manage it very well. So we hope that this would happen. And on the 8th of October this year, we're able to graduate the first set of students from the institution. That is a video online of our first set of graduates from the National State University, Kefi. I want to especially thank the director for her doggedness to ensure that this graduation took place. And we also intend, in the next 1 year, before we come and report back to you next year in the country that we are going to agree at this conference this year, to commence a digital hub in few communities across African cities. And we are going to use 4 pilot countries for this particular program. Of course, my dear country, Nigeria is number 1. Then we have Namibia, the first city that we hosted this conference in 2018. We have Zimbabwe, because of delegation that we had from Zimbabwe. Ellen is going to champion that cause for us in the Zimbabwe Digital Hub for young girls. And of course, Zambia, because Zambia has been so good to us. So we are going to have this small digital hub in Zambia also. And we also intend to embark on aggressive membership drive. And we also have some slots in our executive committee that has not been filled up yet. So in the next 11 months, we call on African women to take up these slots. Is there on our website. Go there. Any of the positions that you know that you can fit in and aggressively pursue our agenda, you are invited to apply for it. We'll scrutinize you and we'll give you the position. The aim, why this conference is very important for us to have a platform, for us to have where we can come and discuss issues that concern us. Nobody can tell your story. Nobody can provide solution to your problem other than you, because he who wears these shoes knows how it pinches. So if we don't sit together, talk about a problem from the remotest rural community in Africa, to know what that woman is concerned about, to know what her challenges are. And once we know these problems, we'll be able to provide solutions that they can go back home and easily and readily apply and domesticate this problem. I want us to embrace this opportunity to work towards a future where women across Africa will have access to digital equality. It is very important for us, no matter how remotely we are located. There's no community in Africa today, I stand to be corrected, that does not have access to telephone. Even if you don't have internet, we have telephone. Through SMS, we can also communicate. Through SMS, we can share information. I saw something yesterday, the women from Kuje, they are going to be a reference point at this conference. They were online discussing, and one of them said, through this platform that she just discovered, she can also trade. She can send her product to her sister in other community, which is what they have just been exposed to, and see how much she can engage and be able to do better in whatever she's doing. So finally, I look forward to us having improving networking opportunity that's going to give birth to a true, strong, united African women, where we'll take our space in the leadership position. And I'll also leave us by saying that if you are able to find yourself in a place that there is not enough seats on the table, like the first American Congresswoman said, come in with your collapsible chair. And while you're doing that, leave the door open for the next woman to also come and join you there. So in essence, let us continue to support ourselves, be your sister keeper, and genuinely see how you can ensure that whatever it is that she's advocating for, she's able to succeed and achieve her dreams. Thank you very much. I wish us a successful 2 days of insightful engagement, and try as much as possible to network and go back home with something definite that people in your community will be proud that you were part of AWC. Thank you very much, everybody.
I do not believe that that round of applause was for Dr. Jumai. What a visionary. Please give her another resounding round of applause. Thank you so much for the visions that you share. Thank you for how you're quietly just touching the world and changing the narrative in your immediate community. In fact, these days it's no longer immediate community, isn't it? Are we not in Zambia? You know. Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Jumai, for all that you do. Let me quickly recognize the presence of Dr. Chinandu Mwandepo. She's an expert in intellectual property rights and STEM innovation. Please give her a big round of applause. Can you stand up for recognition? She's right here in the room. So continuing to run the agenda for the day, we're going to take a few Goodwill messages. And to give us our first Goodwill message, let me I did tell you I was going to tell you a little bit about her. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Honorable Miriam Chonya, the Kafue constituency member of the Parliament. Please give her a big round of applause. A Goodwill message from her. She's a very hardworking woman and people's choice in Kafue constituency. Her most passion is serving the community. She is not very loud politician, but you can use the other podium, ma'am. Yes. Please give her a resounding round of applause again as she gives us a Goodwill message. After her, we'll take a couple of other Goodwill messages, about 3 or 4, and then we move on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Am I loud? It's showing red. Okay, that's better. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. It appears that there was some miscommunication regarding this task that I've just been given now, but as women, we must always stand ready to deliver at any time because this is what, as women, we aim for, to stand up and be counted. This is what makes us work so hard to claim our space, because we say that as women, we are capable and equal to any task that we are given. So let me start, first of all, by observing all the necessary protocols that have been established in the room, and also secondly, to welcome you to Lusaka, Zambia, and to thank the conveners most sincerely for choosing Lusaka for this very important conference. I'm particularly happy to be part of it, following my recent nomination as the Women Leaders Political Ambassador for Zambia. So this is like my very first engagement, in that role, and I'm very, very grateful for that recognition. I took a look at the program for your next 3 days, very important aspects that this conference will cover, and particularly looking at the issue of bridging the digital gap, for the women. And for me, that is a very important aspect now, because we are in the 21st century, where really we are talking about digitalization, and that people now have just got to move along with technology for them to fit into the dictates of our current dispensation. Talking from a political point of view, of which I am, for us women in politics, the use of the media and the digital technology is very, very important, because this is a way and platform we use, to disseminate messages about our aspirations and ambitions, even as we seek, to occupy and play different governance roles within our jurisdictions. As women, indeed, we have to move along with technology and claim our space within there, because nowadays, despite the associated dangers, the use of the media, and especially social media, is really the way to go. Why should we take advantage of technology? We have to, because as women, and I believe this is the motivation also for the conveners of this conference, that as women we have lagged behind in many respects, whether economically, socially, politically, or indeed in many other spheres. From the political point of view, when you look at the statistics of how we the women are faring, in Africa and globally, I think the picture leaves a lot to be desired. Starting with my own country, Zambia, if I gave you the statistics, in cabinet, for instance, we only have 4 women out of about a 30-member cabinet, representing about, less than 10% of women. In our parliament, of 156 elected MPs, there are only 20 women, that are occupying the elective positions. I did look at the statistics. Like I said, I had some statistics, which shows the gender representation in the different countries that are represented here, except that I left my script in the car because I was told there were some changes. And the picture in most of the countries represented here was no different from our Zambian case. And why? It's because our countries have maintained this first past the post, winner takes it all kind of electoral system. And this has not made it, favorable for the women to attain the representation that we desire to see. But there are also shining examples within Africa, like South Africa here, within our southern region. If we take, Rwanda, I think now Rwanda are topping all the African countries in terms of female representation, because they are somewhere around 60%, in those governance positions. And when you compare, countries that have adopted the first past the post and the mixed member proportional representation, you see that in the latter case, it has helped countries such as South Africa and even Namibia to attain some kind of favorable representation because of the electoral kind of system they have adopted. So in Zambia, currently, we are doing consultations, we are undergoing a reform, and we are hoping that the picture, as it stands today, will change as, we reform our system, and hopefully that we can adopt one that brings a lot of women on board. And I hope and pray that this will be the picture, in the rest of the countries on the African continent, because speaking also from the perspective of my role at the Pan-African Parliament, that is exactly what we want to see obtain across, the entire region. So with those few remarks, let me once again welcome you, to Zambia as a Zambian, but I'm sure that the representative of our permanent secretary will do the honors in making you feel very much comfortable at home, and wish you the very best as you run through your 3-day program. I will be disappearing because of other engagements, and I'm also preparing actually to go and attend the COP29 meeting. Otherwise, I would have loved to be a participant from the first up to the last day, given the importance that I attach to the issues that are being discussed, and particularly that these issues are being championed by fellow women. I thank you.
A round of applause for Honorable Mariam Chonya. Thank you very much, Madam, for reminding us that as African women, we have lagged behind for too long. It is time for African women to arise and take their rightful place in the scheme of things on the continent and, of course, globally. Once again, a round of applause for Honorable Chonya. I must have been about 12 when I snuck in to read Zambia Shall Be Free by Kenneth Kaunda. It was the season when Africa Writers Series held the grasp of every young reader. It belonged to my aunt, so I had to be reading it under the bed so that she wouldn't know I stole the book, because it was her literary text and it was not mine. And from that read-up, there's something that I still remember. It is in page 68 of Zambia Shall Be Free by Kenneth Kaunda. And it says, when people understand a cause, become prepared to suffer for that cause, and seek glory and honor in such suffering, it is indeed just impossible to suppress them or the cause they stand for. And we are here for the cause of the African women in a digital era. So a round of applause to us, because we shall not be suppressed and we shall not be held down. It is now time to take another Goodwill message, and this time it will be coming from the CEO, Project Life Design Group, Dr. Nelly Kangwa. Dr. Nelly Kangwa. Well, I think she might have missed her flight or something. So we move on now to hear from a woman whose story always inspires me. It inspires me to be a better woman and reminds me that tough times don't last, but tough women do, if they are committed to a vision of developing themselves. Please join me welcome our Queen Mother, Her Royal Majesty Hawa Ibrahim Adamu, President, Traditional Rulers' Wives Association in the Federal Capital Territory of Abuja. Please, a round of applause for our Queen Mother. You think that you have seen storms. When you go to her and hear her story, you'll know that you're just sleeping in air condition. It's just that the fan is not blowing quite well. Please, a round of applause for her.
Once more, good morning, everyone. Please permit me to start on the already established protocol. Please, the voice.
Thank you very much. Yes, Madam.
Okay. Short woman. Once more, good morning, everyone. Yes, I want to appreciate everyone to have taken time, despite your tight schedules, to be here with us in Zambia. Please permit me to start on the already existing protocol. My appreciation, first of all, will go to Dr. Jumai and her team, who had always thought it wise to bring women together to keep us in progress each year. Last year was widowship and women empowerment, and this year is digital enhancement. You see, everything, they are the think tanks behind this. I want to appreciate them. I also want to appreciate the Zambia government for accepting us here to host us. So thank you for that. And my people who have traveled all the way from the grassroots to be here with us, to get the light of the day. This topic this year cannot be earlier than this, because of the economic change within the society. And the theme this year is digital advancement, harnessing its potential for the advancement of women in Africa. So my Goodwill message is this: it is an honor and privilege to stand before you today as we address a crucial topic that resonates deeply with empowering women in technology for fostering digital inclusion, leadership, and innovation. As the wife of the chairman of FCT Council of Chiefs in Abuja, I am here to champion the cause of the FCT women in technology and advocate for their digital place in the digital realm. Today, we live in a world where technology permits every aspect of our lives. It has transformed the way we work, communicate, and innovate. Yet, despite the progress we have made, women remain significantly underrepresented in the field of technology. This lack of gender diversity not only hinders the growth and potential of our society, but also deprives us of the diverse perspectives and talents that women bring to the table. Empowering women in technology is not merely about equality. It is about unlocking the full potential of our society. When women are given equal opportunities in the technical industry, they not only thrive, but also drive innovation, creativity, and progress. By fostering digital inclusion, we can bridge the gender gap and ensure that women have a seat at the table where decisions are made, solutions are crafted, and futures are shaped. However, we must acknowledge the challenges that women face in the technical industry. From implicit bias and stereotypes to lack of opportunities and mentorship, women encounter numerous obstacles on their path to success. It is imperative that we address these barriers and create a supportive, inclusive environment where women can flourish and lead. Yet, despite the challenges, the benefits of empowering women in technology are immense. When women are given the tools, resources, and opportunities to succeed, they not only excel in their respective fields, but also inspire and empower future generations of women. By fostering digital inclusion and leadership among women, we can create a more equitable innovation and prosperous society for all. So on behalf of FCT women here and at home, I want to sincerely appreciate efforts of Women in Technology International, WITI, girls who had called Women in Technology, WIT, to mention but few. These are some of the organizations supporting women in technology. It is my prayer that we will spread your project to accommodate the people in the grassroots. As we strive towards a more inclusive and diverse industry, let us remember that empowering women is not just a moral imperative. It is a strategic necessity. Together we can create a world where women in technology are celebrated, supported, and empowered to drive change, spark innovations, and lead us towards a brighter future. Thank you for listening.
Please, shall we give my Queen Mother a resonating round of applause? Can your Queen Mother ever? Are you singing? If it is a song, sing it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our Queen Mother. She has succeeded in reminding us to create an environment for women to thrive in a technologically driven world by not just providing the environment, but equipping women with the tools needed to succeed and succeed well. Please, a round of applause to her again. Since we are in Zambia, Kenneth Kaunda is the symbol. When I arrived at the airport, it was named Kenneth Kaunda Airport. So I still go back to Zambia shall be free before I invite the next person. In that book, in page 152, he wrote, "Nothing can be achieved anywhere and in any field without good organization." I mean, this is a book that was written in the 60s, and it's still relevant for today. And talking good organization, that's what the federal government of Nigeria did recently with a little reshuffling of the deck for better efficiency and delivery. Join me welcome our Minister of Women Affairs in Nigeria, Hajia Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, who is here represented by Princess Jumai Idonije for a goodwill message. Now, this is a picture of organization. Please, you can clap better. And when you look at Princess Jumai, she just turned 60, but she's a sweet 16.
Good morning, everyone. Gloria Mebo, thank you. Great African women. Are there African women in the hall? Are you sure? Great African women. Great African women. Great African men. Oh, the men have forgotten they're in the hall. Good morning, everyone. My name is Princess Juma Idonije, a retired civil servant of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but not tired. I am a volunteer with the African Women Conference, and today I stand to represent the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, a round peg in a round hole, our new, vibrant, dynamic, beautiful, and energetic Honorable Minister of Women Affairs. It is truly, when I say I here, I'm not referring to myself, but I'm standing in for the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, who would have loved to be here with us, but she's on another assignment as I speak to you in Colombia. And so she's asked that I should represent her. So it's truly a pleasure to extend my warmest felicitations to the organizers of this momentous event. As the new Minister of Women Affairs, having just resumed duty a few days ago, I am excited to be a part of this collective effort to empower and uplift women across our great continent. On this note, I want to thank the government and people of Zambia for accepting to host this year's edition. I therefore bring you warm greetings from Nigerian women who make up 48.5% of our nation's 200 million people. Our strength is in our diversity. I understand that this marks the 8th edition since its inauguration in New York in 2018. The theme of this 8th edition of the conference, Digital Advancement, Harnessing its Potential for African women, for the African woman, resonates deeply with me. I firmly believe that digital technology can be harnessed in changing the tides for women's economic empowerment, education, and social inclusion. One of the positive aftermath of COVID-19 is the revolution of digital technology in the education sector in Africa, providing access to quality education, especially for women and girls, access to educational resources, allow them to participate in virtual classrooms, and connect with mentors and peers worldwide. Digital technology has also enabled women to acquire skills in coding, software development, and data science, bridging the gap in the tech industry. It also ushered in online platforms, which made it possible for some women to sell their goods and services. And like never before, we've had many women who now sell their goods and services on the internet. While improving outcomes for women in Africa by providing access to telemedicine services, online information, and mobile application, it also enabled women to access reproductive health services, track their menstrual cycles, and receive alerts for prenatal care. Yesterday we were standing with some women and they were saying, oh, they can just hold their phones, monitor their heartbeat, check their blood pressure, and they feel better without having to appear physically or visit the clinics where they have to queue for long hours. Several women-led initiatives have made significant impact not only in my country, Nigeria, but in Africa as a whole. I am happy to announce that Nigeria has made tremendous progress in the area of women economic empowerment with the launch of the Women Economic Empowerment Policy, which we refer to as the WE policy. It's the first of its kind in Africa to address economic empowerment of women across all sectors, including ICT. We are currently engaging with development partners to ensure its domestication in all the 36 states of the Federation. Our national gender policy has also been reviewed to capture emerging issues after COVID-19 and other unforeseen challenges which we continue to grapple with as a nation, especially as it affects women and children and their families. Empowerment of women across all sectors is not just rhetorics, but we must move into action if we have to continuously engage with the digital space. We also have the 50 Million African Women Speak Project platform. This is an initiative of ECOWAS and Access Bank to reposition women entrepreneurs in Nigeria and West African sub-region for increased revenue through digital marketing amongst many women's financial inclusion and empowerment projects. Even as we move on, I want to charge the African Women Conference at this time to come up with recommendations that can improve African women's participation in the ongoing African Continental Free Trade Agreement AFTA. By leveraging AFTA, African women can unlock new economic potential, enhance their participation in trade, and continue the continent's growth and development. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, 2025 marks a significant milestone in the journey towards advocating for better deals for women across the globe. It marks 30 years of the Beijing Platform for Action as we push towards the Beijing Plus 30 review process in which we'll form another, amplify each other's voices, and create opportunities for the next generation through mentoring and collaboration. I'm talking about the Gen Zs, the African women next generation. The cry of one African girl child is the cry of the other. The cry of one African woman is the cry of the other. When women are empowered, communities thrive and society gains. Together, we can achieve greatness. Together, we will create a brighter future for African women and African girls. Long live Nigerian women, long live African women. I thank you all for your attention. God bless you all.
That was the Honorable Minister for Women Affairs in Nigeria, Hadia Iman Ibrahim. Please, a round of applause for her. It's now time for an opening remark. And It is to be taken by the Permanent Secretary, Gender Division of Zambia in the Presidency, Mrs. Mianga D. Kabika, here represented by Mr. Henry Nkoma, Director in Development here in Zambia. Please, a round of applause for him. Women, please, let's clap for the men. We need them.
Good morning. Is it still morning, ladies? And I'm even scared to say gentlemen, but I've seen a few. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me begin by apologizing on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Madam Mainga Kawika. She was supposed to be with us here, but then other equally important assignments came up, which have taken her time. So she asked me to come and read her speech. So, ladies and gentlemen, even as you listen to my voice, just imagine you are seeing Madam Mainga Kabika. So she is present spiritually. And when I saw the members in here, I told myself, I really wish she was here, because this is the type of gathering that she wants to associate with, and she would really have enjoyed and probably stayed on all the way. That's what I know about my PS. Let me begin by recognizing Honorable Miriam Chonya, MP for Kafue, our Women Leaders Political Ambassador for Zambia, who is our able member of parliament and very vibrant. I want also to recognize the co-convener, Dr. Jumai Amadu, Ambassador Dr. Jacqueline Moya, I don't know whether this is how they pronounce it, CEO for Tiwa School of Business, Atlanta, Georgia, Dr. Nelly Kangwa, CEO Project Life Design Group, Mr. William Keru, Principal Coordinator and Head of Secretariat at AU ECOSOC, Dr. Kangwa Mabuluki, United Church of Zambia General Secretary. I also want to recognize the representative of the Minister responsible for Gender and Women Affairs in Nigeria. We had a wonderful speech being delivered by our counterpart, retired but still very, very vibrant and strong. Madam, you should be recorded, you are very strong. So good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and dedicated leaders in development and gender equality. Now, this is the speech from Madam PS for Gender. It is an honor to stand before you today on this platform as we unite under the powerful and the urgent mission to champion digital and inclusive growth for women in Africa. This gathering is a testament to our shared commitment to address critical barriers facing African women, both young and old, as they navigate the digital world. In Zambia, ladies and gentlemen, our government, under the New Dawn administration, has made strides in fostering gender equality as outlined in our national gender policy. Recognizing that economic growth and societal resilience depend on inclusivity, Zambia has prioritized women's access to digital resources and technological empowerment. The focus is clear. We must ensure that women, especially those in rural and the underserviced areas, are not left behind as we build a future that is increasingly driven by technology. Ladies and gentlemen, the New Dawn administration has demonstrated its commitment to digital transformation by establishing the Ministry of Technology and Science, which aims to position Zambia at the forefront of technological advancement in Africa. Furthermore, our government is actively promoting the use of e-governance to ensure that essential services are accessible, efficient, and effective for all citizens. This commitment holds immense potential, particularly for women, as digital platforms enable more streamlined processes, reducing the time and resources required for business transactions and accessing public services. For women in business, e-governance opens doors to the new markets and simplifies processes for business registration, accessing financial services, and compliance requirements. As more government services become available online, women entrepreneurs, including those operating in rural areas, can more easily formalize their businesses, apply for licenses, and participate in Zambia's digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, digital empowerment is not merely about technology. It is about opportunity. As we look around Africa, we see women breaking boundaries in STEM, innovating in technological entrepreneurship, and leading successful digital campaigns in health, education, and financial services. Zambia recognizes that expanding women's access to these resources is crucial for meaningful economic participation and for resilience of our communities. The gender division is in full support of programs, specifically those designed to strengthen women's capacity in digital and technological skills. These are aimed at creating a bridge for our women to engage competitively within Zambia, across Africa, and globally. We have no doubt that such programs will equip the women to transform industries, participate in policy discourse, and advocate for gender equality in digital spaces. This calls for robust partnerships with both private and public sectors, which we continue to expand. Our challenge, therefore, is the one we have gathered here today for, is the persistent gender digital divide. Across Zambia and many parts of Africa, women often face systemic barriers to digital access, economic constraints, limited internet connectivity, and the persistent gap in digital literacy, particularly in rural areas. All these contribute to this divide. To address these, ladies and gentlemen, the gender division in Zambia has rolled out programs that prioritize digital skills training for women and girls and communities. We recognize that by empowering women digitally, we not only enhance their individual capacities, but also contribute to a digitally inclusive economy that is capable of thriving in today's global landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of civil society organizations, as we will hear from our esteemed speakers today and going forward, cannot be overstated. In Zambia, our partnerships with CSOs have been instrumental in reaching grassroots communities, advancing digital literacy, and offering practical support to women entrepreneurs. By fostering public service partnerships, we aim to create sustainable frameworks that address digital exclusion and support women-led enterprises. Our national agenda aligns seamlessly with the goals of today's forum, that is to champion women's participation in digital spaces and leadership roles across the continent. Let us work together to scale these efforts sharing resources, strategies, and innovative approaches to collectively narrow the digital divide. In closing, I want to urge all of us to consider how we can take the discussions from this forum and transform them into actionable solutions. We must live here with a unified vision, a commitment to ensure that no African woman or girl is hindered by barriers to digital access or inclusion. Together, through deliberate action and collaborative efforts, we can define Africa's digital future, a future where women are not just participants, but leaders, innovators, and catalysts for economic growth and sustainable development. Let us create an Africa where every woman, regardless of her location or socio-economic background, can seize the opportunities the digital era offers. I want to thank you, and I look forward to the impact and the will unfold as we continue to work together for the empowerment of African women in the digital age. God bless you, and I want to declare this conference officially opened. Thank you.
A better round of applause. Thank you very much, our Permanent Secretary of the Gender Division in the Presidency of Zambia. Thank you for reminding us that we are catalysts and leaders, not just participants in the African story. And we must not be spectators in building the Africa that's all-inclusive and better for humanity. Please, a round of applause for him again. It's now time to take a keynote address. Mr. Nkoma, we beseech you not to leave us. You have promised to support us. When I see Mr. Wabe coming to you like that, it is something like, let us be going. But I promised you 2 short keynote addresses, and then you can take a group photograph, and then we can. Honorable Chonya, you are part of the story. Just 2 more short keynote addresses, and then we let you go. Thank you very much. For the next keynote address, it's coming from our own veritable partner, the ones who've ensured that we have a better in-way here in Zambia. It will be coming from the principal coordinator and head of the Secretariat, AU ECOSOC, Mr. William Karu, who will be speaking on the role of CSOs in championing digital and inclusive growth for women in Africa. He's here represented by the Deputy Head of Secretariat and Head of Programs, Mr. Kretiwe Osei. Mr. Osei, please a round of applause for him.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chiriche Osei. I'm the Head of Programs and Deputy Head of Mission for the African Union Economic, Social and Cultural Council, ECOSOC, which is based right here in Lusaka, Zambia. So let me take this opportunity to welcome everybody to Zambia and to Lusaka. I have been asked by the Head of Mission, Mr. William Karu, to deliver this keynote address on his behalf. As I speak, he is currently in the air returning from an official mission, and I believe his intention is to come here as soon as he lands. But I have the honor of presenting this keynote address on his behalf, which I will now commence to read. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular privilege to address you today on this topic of immense significance, which is the role of civil society organizations in championing digital and inclusive growth for women across Africa. In the ever-evolving digital age, technology has become a powerful catalyst for change because it drives inclusion, innovation, and opportunity for all. However, as we know, the digital divide remains a substantial barrier on our continent, especially in places where access to technology and the internet remain limited. It is crucial to ensure that women and girls, who represent more than half of our population, are not left behind in this digital revolution. Civil society organizations play a vital role in bridging this divide and are instrumental in empowering women and girls. I believe that civil society organizations can be architects of grassroots movements and champions for equitable access to technology. There are a number of ways that I want to speak on with regard to how we can better mobilize civil society in support of women's inclusive development on the continent. The first one is on access to education. As we know, civil society organizations are at the forefront of initiatives to provide women with access to digital tools and platforms. By establishing community tech hubs and training centers, for example, they can help women and girls to acquire essential digital skills and thereby opening doors to new opportunities in the productive economy of the continent. Secondly, I believe that civil society can play a role in advocacy and policy influence. We know that CSOs, by their very nature, often advocate for policies that promote digital inclusivity and also targeting gender biases that sometimes work to limit the access of women and girls to digital resources. I believe that by engaging with governments and other stakeholders, civil society can work tirelessly to ensure that digital policies that are promulgated on the continent are always done with the full consideration of the unique needs and challenges of women and girls. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I believe as well that entrepreneurship and innovation is another sector where we need to mobilize civil society in support of women's inclusive development, especially in the digital field. We know that civil society organizations can encourage and support women entrepreneurs by providing resources, mentorship, and platforms to nurture innovative ideas. We also know that technology offers limitless potential for women to lead in business and entrepreneurship and thereby contribute not only to their own personal growth, but also to the economic development of their communities and their nations. I believe there is also work that we need to accomplish in the area of awareness and empowerment. By investing in awareness campaigns and empowerment programs, civil society leaders can fight stereotypes and cultural barriers that we know can sometimes hinder women's participation in the digital world. We all need to work together to advance a narrative that challenges norms that seek to inhibit the participation of women and girls in the digital space. We need to inspire women and girls, especially girls, to challenge norms, to dream big, and to pursue careers in technology and related fields. When we work together to forge partnerships across all stakeholder groups, especially with governments and private sector players, as well as international institutions like ourselves within the African Union, I believe that civil society can help to amplify the impact of women in technology and ensure that initiatives reach the most underserved communities within our nations. It is important that we maintain collaboration across all sectors to create sustainable models for digital inclusion, especially for women and girls. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we need to engage across all sectors within our respective member states, whether it's at the level of community-based organizations, at the level of non-governmental organizations, at the level of private sector, and also at the level of governments, to ensure that we create a landscape that is favorable for the full participation of women and girls in the digital economy. I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate the continued readiness of the African Union Economic, Social and Cultural Council, ECOSOC, to work collaboratively with all stakeholders to ensure that we are able to provide the dream that we have in the Agenda 2063 of the African Union, which is the Africa that we all want, where women and girls play a full role in creating the Africa that we want. Once again, I thank you for inviting me to address you on this important topic, and let me welcome you again to Lusaka. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give him a resounding round of applause. Thank you so, so much. Running against time, so I'm going to do this really, really quickly. In the next 10 minutes, tea break is served already, but we'll take this last keynote address so we can do the group photograph. Please, volunteers, begin to get ready for how we arrange the group photographs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to invite Dr. Kangwa Mabuluki. Please give him a big round of applause. He is a theologian, ordained minister, United Church of Zambia, General Secretary, All African Theological Education by Extension Association. A fantastic, fantastic gentleman. Please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. I feel greatly honored to stand before you in this august assembly as the permanent secretary representative who welcomed us mentioned. It is very intimidating to be among so many women, but they are good women. You begin to feel like you begin to feel like a lion in the midst of Daniels. Someone said the brain is the most complicated organ in a human being because it begins to function when one is born and it stops to function when one is invited to speak for 10 minutes on a subject like this one. Our subject of discussion this morning in this keynote address is digital advancement, harnessing its potential for African women. I was going to start by asking who an African woman is, but I don't have time to do that. You know yourselves who would have been educated as men if you had had chance to educate us. We are talking about digital advancement, and that is the woman whose ability to utilize and properly use the digital advancement we are talking about is here. We shall consider, and here I want to emphasize, proper use of digital advancement and also the rapid advancement of digital advancement. The indispensability of digital revolution is a reality that needs no emphasis. It is obvious wherever you are and whatever you are doing. It involves everything or every area in our daily lives. I would have told you a story about myself to talk about advancement of digital revolution, because my immediate elder sister, who is late, but she was the pioneer of the computer programming program in the Ndola Civic Center or the Ndola Council. And they were sent to UK, 4 of them, and studied. When they came back, the computer that they were using was a very huge machine in a room, and besides the room was what was called a punch card operator, where someone punched into a card the language that a computer would understand. But several years later, starting with such a huge machine that fills almost a big room, I was sitting on my desk with a laptop and an iPad on one side, because when I write my sermon on a laptop, I have to put it on an iPad to take it with me in the pulpit, and a phone on another side so that in case someone calls me. My son walks by and tells me, "You have 3 computers right there." I argued with him. I said, "I need all 3 of them." But he told me, "You can only use the phone to do all what you are doing." Several years later, we can now do that. With one cell phone, I can do almost everything. I can send emails, I can preach a sermon, I can do everything. That's how fast we are advancing. Now, as we advance, put generally, I want to just put some context to this topic. The progress, development, and integration of digital technologies into various aspects of society, business, and daily life is what we refer to as digital advancement. It encourages or encompasses the use of digital tools, platforms, and technologies such to enhance the efficiency, accessibility, and innovation across different sectors. Digital advancement is a broad concept and includes several key components. And I just want to raise 4 of these components. And I'll only elaborate on 2 because my time is almost gone. Because I want to relate these 2 points to something that I want to say later on, which many speakers have alluded to here. These 4 components are connectivity, digital inclusion, cybersecurity, and technological innovation. I want to emphasize on the first 2 aspects, connectivity. Almost all the speakers have alluded to this. The expansion and improvement of digital infrastructure, including high-speed internet connectivity, contributes to digital advancement. Enhanced connectivity enables seamless communication and data transfer across various devices and platforms. Digital inclusion, on the other hand, is ensuring that a diverse range of individuals and communities have access to and benefit from digital technologies is a key goal of digital advancement. Efforts are made to bridge the digital divide and promote inclusivity. And digital inclusion is very important, as others have said, including women, including all genders, is very important as we advance. These two factors and the other two that I alluded to are advancing at a very fast pace. Digital advancement is one of those dynamic and ongoing processes, and its impact is felt across various domains, including business, healthcare, education, government, and entertainment. It fundamentally changes the way individuals interact, work, and live in the modern, interconnected world. Digital technology has many advanced. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I can assure you this is only water, there's nothing in it. In order for us to harness the potential, we must capitalize on the advantages of, or the positive aspects of digital advancement. Of course, we know there are positives and negatives, but to harness, we must focus on the positives. And I just want to mention again a few advantages. We are talking about communication. Digital technology, as others again have alluded to, allows for easy and immediate communication. The revolution in the banking sector, at a click of a button, you can now transfer thousands of dollars from one account to another at the comfort of your parlor, in the comfort of your home. The other one is accessibility. Digital technology provides access to information and communication. It provides technological accessibility. It makes the access of information and knowledge not only easy, but affordable. I was reading a small book just recently, Who Moved My Cheese? This book talks about how you can embrace change and how you can anticipate change and not fear change. And in there is a story of people who were selling encyclopedias, and they were told that their encyclopedias were so expensive and that they should make it cheaper. If they put it in a CD, it would be cheaper. They resisted that because they felt they would lose money because it would be cheaper. But a competitor of theirs jumped on it and they were able to sell more, and they managed to overcome them, and now they are extinct. A personal story, I deal in theological education, and we were going to lead in doing leadership development. We are going to do a course called Executive Leadership in Development. When we started to plan that course, it was going to cost us 60 to 80,000 US dollars to bring people together in one place, only 10 people to bring them together. It was going to cost us so much. When I was agonizing on how to raise this money and almost there, then COVID struck. And so I said we cannot do it. The ones who were helping us to implement it said, no, we will do it online. I did not believe this could happen, but it happened. And with $10,000, we were able to go through the course to train the 10 leaders. Now we are in our third cohort. The third cohort, we have done the first, the second, the third, and the number has increased. From 10, we are now able to do almost 20. So that's how accessibility works. And of course there are others, and I'll just quickly mention them. Data-driven decision-making, efficiency, digital technology can streamline operations and automate our tasks so that we can be able to do them very quickly. Invention and innovation are some of the advantages that we can get. But there are also disadvantages, and I won't go into those because we know them, and we have already considered them. When you consider the advancement of an inaccessibility, you also have to think about privacy. So each positive has also got a negative. Because there's so much accessibility to information, we do not have privacy anymore. Your information can be accessed by anyone. And that's how even the theft of money, cybersecurity is no longer something that we can count on. You can relate almost all the positive aspect to something negative. Let me elaborate on 2 points and I'll be done. I'll try to be very, very quickly. I stumbled a lot at the beginning because I had to edit my speech while I'm already speaking, and that's not the easiest thing you can do. While we talk about harnessing the digital advancement, for many women, we still have to talk about the very basics. Someone already mentioned accessibility and availability of infrastructure is not there. They need the digital advancement, but it is not just available to them. Leave no one behind for them is just a mantra. To them, they are already left behind. They see the flare of the advancement of digital technology, but they cannot access it. In 2003, in my work, we embarked on a project to connect 3 countries, Malawi, Zambia, and Tanzania. We started because we wanted the women to communicate to one another, and we wouldn't transport them. So we said we are going to use Zoom and other other platforms. And we did very well with Zambia and Malawi. But when it came to Tanzania, it was a non-starter because they didn't even know what an email is. In the village where we're working, because we like working in the villages, I tried to motivate and try to introduce them. It was almost impossible. But surprisingly, there was an internet cafe in that place. It was a kind of urban village, and it's called Korogwe. And there was an internet cafe, and the owner of the internet cafe was a member of the church. So I asked him, he heard about what we were doing, and he offered that he would open his cafe to the women for 2 hours every day without paying. But it didn't work. Some tried, but it didn't work. So we had to abandon that and start somewhere else, see if we can be able. Up to now, we are struggling. When we started the program that I mentioned earlier, the EDL, the leadership diploma, Tanzania has not produced anyone, and we are present in 25 countries, and almost all of them are able to produce someone, but Tanzania has never produced anyone. Until the third, that's when they've produced one man. So we're trying to see how we can be able to help them. So technical difficulties are a big, big problem. And I want to end with one that is very critical, and that attaches my profession: morality and limitations. The way digital advancement is going, with the coming of AI, you don't know where we are ending. You don't know where we'll go to. I was watching on social media the other day that China has produced a woman, AI. A robot can go around and just looks like a woman. So there you have a woman whom you cannot argue with anymore, and you can just carry her wherever you want and program her. Now that's a dangerous path to go. No matter how fast we advance, we should not forget the morals. We should not forget the boundaries that can help us to remain humane. So these two factors, carrying all the women along, making sure platforms and technological inputs are available to every woman, including the one right at the bottom, that they're able to access, and being able to be morally aware, not to just go the way we can go without any limits, is very, very important. I want to end by thanking you for inviting me to this very important assembly. I look at the program and I know you have a very important menu to digest through the days that you are here. So thank you very much. I can now steady my knees and go and sit down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please keep the applaud going. Keep the applaud going. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, sir. There we have a perfect gentleman, a personification of humility, a very humble man of God doing God's work. And some of you will say, how do you know? Did you not come from Nigeria? Trust me, I just know. A big round of applause for him again. Thank you, sir. I could listen to you all day, really. Thank you. So it's time finally for our group photographs. Can volunteers quickly help us with that assignment? If delegates and dignitaries will just quietly sit down, I'll up you from your seat in the order in which we'll come for this group photographs, and very quickly as well. So they're arranging the chairs. Would have all members sat at the joint 3 tables, would be sitting down, as many as possible who get, the chairs to sit on. Then the rest of us, as we sit, because all of us can't fit into this photograph, so we're going to divide the room into maybe like 3. So we'll do 3 sets of photographs, but those who are sat down would be in all of the photographs. Can we increase another chair to the other side? Do we have more chairs? Okay, we can put them on the other side as well. Thank you. Just so it covers the length of the stage. Thanks. We're officially at the end of our opening ceremony. Photographs such as this is very important. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I invite the members of the high table to come and occupy the front seat so that I can get groups to come and take this photograph with you. Everyone sat on this table, please come and sit down so that we can do the photograph. Mr. Osei, is Osei here? Please join the team, join the photograph. Royal Highness inside.
If I broke never business, I'm a shana, you go right to. All again 49. Fitness. If I broke never business, I'm a shana, you go right to. All again 49. If I broke never business, I'm a shana, you go right to. All again 49.
So, if we can't find the can you help me get and now the rows just behind the seats are also occupiable. The rows just behind the seats, we can also use that one.
It might not be in the photo. Behind for the second and then no, we will just keep it up. Okay, so we're trying to arrange. Who is our official photographer, please? Please tell me that you can pick everybody in this photo from where you are. No. Okay. Thank you very much for bearing with our arrangements. Yes, we have the first rung seated, the second rung standing, and then we have the upper crust. Dr. Mendapo, please join. Please join. Mimi, what's happening? No, that's why I asked. Official photographer, do you have everybody now? All right, thank you. This is the first one. Please, could you try to smile? The Reverend gentleman will smile. The sermon was a sweet sermon. So everyone who's seated, remain seated. Every other person go back. So we take the 2-3 tables. then others can go to the top of the platform, to the podium. In that photo, Vani Modley, were you in the photo? Okay. Thank you. Ajana. Look forward. Abaji women, led by the chairperson, please. Oh, Kuje women. Kuje women in their uniform. Kuje women in their beautiful ashoebi. Let them finish this batch with the colors of Kuje. What can we do? No, let them. They are going, mama, that uniform. Let it be. That was the beauty of it. Let them stay. Kuje women, smile. Smile. Yeah, Kuri. Fine. Thank you very much. Then the others. Anybody who's AWC next? What is that? What is that? What is that? AWC next. Igwe, where are you? You're taking too long to arrive. That photo is about to happen without you. You will not show. Madam, you won't show. Everyone who's not taken, thank you, AWC. Next, you can disperse. ECOSOC boss, you're not going anywhere, sir. If you have not taken any hoto. The media, members of the media, please join. We always miss you out in photos. Zambia media, Nigeria media, please join. We will not give you interviews if you are not in the photo. We need to identify who you are.
last photograph I'm doing. This is the last photograph we're doing, so please join if you haven't joined the media team. Thank you. I know that they're volunteers. Okay, we'll do one more picture for volunteers. Thank you. You can stay at the back. Climb the stage and stay at the back so we can see you. Thank you very much. The last photograph is for the volunteers, all persons wearing the green t-shirts. Thank you so much for volunteering for 2024 African Women's Conference. Volunteers are in green t-shirts. Thank you, they're doing an amazing job. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. So with that picture done, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like all of us to give ourselves a big round of applause. That was well conducted and really nice. So members of the high table, please proceed from the photograph to your tea break. This is how we're going to run the tea break. I'll unseat you table by table to go for your seat break. So if you quietly just sit down, we'll come to your table so that we're not crowded at the back. So members of the high table will proceed straight to go and pick something to eat for their tea break. Volunteers, can you help us? Another picture is going on. Another picture. Okay, thank you very much. Please, members of the high table should proceed to tea break. Grab something to eat quickly. We appreciate you. Damaris, please take them to the tea break. Members of the high table, quickly. Let the volunteers begin to take the chairs away, please. You can take the chairs away. Just take the chairs away. Can the rest of us participants just sit down quietly on your seats? Thank you. Can we all be seated, please? Thank you. While the volunteers are taking the chairs away, let me once again invite members of the high table to go for their tea break, because then I'll send other tables after you. Trifina and Damaris, please help me organize that. As soon as that queue is moving, then I'll send another table after you. Damaris and Trifina, as soon as the queue from the high table is reducing, can you show me the next two tables? Yeah? May I have your attention? The coupon that you got, I think Damaris earlier on shared some coupons. That is for lunch. Tea break is open, so keep your coupon for your lunch. Do we understand that? The blue paper that she gave you, I think I have one. Can anybody show me a coupon? Yes, that one. That one is for lunch. You can't use it now. Now it's open. Damaris and Trifina. Is Dr. Jume not on the high table? So the next table. Patient, every table will go. The extreme Damaris, that extreme one, there she go. Extreme table, you can go. Let's keep the queue moving fast. Damaris, which are the next two tables? If I may have your attention, please. I've got a delegate's card, a misplaced delegate's card that is found for Joshua Salami. Joshua Salami, your delegate's card is here. You can pick it up here. Oh, thank you. She's got it. My brother Francisco. Yeah, you can do. We follow, please.
Skin just like pearls, best thing in the world. Never trade you for anybody else in a brown skin girl. Skin just like
Can somebody help me move that cue, Trifina? Help me move the cue.
Never trade you for anybody else singing.
Huh?
She says she really grew up poor like me. Don't believe in nothing but the Almighty. Just a little jeans and a pure whitey. She never dreamed forever be nobody wifey. Yeah. She want I mean a pretty but your heart is a maze. Play you like a villain cause she caught in a way. Tonight I am walking away. 9 to 5 mine and I grind, yeah. Tonight I might fall in love. Depending on how you hold me. I'm glad that I'm calming down. Can't let no one come control me. Keep dancing and call it love. She fights it by falling slowly. If ever you are in doubt, remember what mama told me. Brown skin girl, your skin just like pearls. Your back against the world. I never trade you for anybody else. A brown skin girl, your skin just like pearls. The best thing in the world. I never trade you for anybody else. Pose like a trophy when Naomi's walking.
Trifina and Damaris, please help me move the queue. Help me move the queue as fast as possible. There are other people waiting to go to breakfast.
Melanin too dark to throw her shade. She minds her business and winds her ways. Go like 24K. Okay.
Tonight I might fall in love. Depending on how you hold me. I'm glad that I'm calming down. Can't let no
Okay, these two tables.
me. Keep dancing and call it love. She fighting but falling slowly. If ever you are in doubt, remember what mama told me. Brown skin girl, your skin just like pearls. Your back against the world. I never tried you for anybody else. A brown skin girl, your skin just like pearls. The best thing in the world.
Damaris.
I never tried you for anybody else.
We would have these two last tables, right?
You could trade eyes with me, cause there's complexities in complexion, but your skin is glow like diamonds. Dig me like the earth you be giving back.
Can the last two tables just join the queue? There's a queue. There's a queue. Can the last two tables that just got up join the queue? There's a queue behind.
Most things are the focus view, but when you're in the room, they notice you. Cause you're beautiful.
Damaris and Trifina, please join the queue. Let them join the queue from the other end.
In love with you and all of your glory. Your skin is not only dark, it shines and it tells your story. Keep dancing, they can't control you. They watching, they all adore you. If ever you are in doubt, remember what mama told you. Brown skin girl.
Thank you, Chef Mimi.
Your back against the world. I never trade you for anybody else. Say brown skin girl, your skin just like pearls. The best thing in the world. I never trade you for anybody else. Say
Skin girl, your skin just like pearls. Best thing in the world. I never trade you for anybody else singing.
Thank you, Chef Mimi. He's doing a wonderful job back there.
Sabi girl no they too like talk. Animals they in human form. Body man nobody like walk. But you must hustle if you want to. You no finish, they won't fight us. If them they run, them no fit catch up. I know they form say I too righteous. No con they form say you too like us. Me no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want telling me. Could deny my fantasy. They want to check if my tap ain't no wrong. But it they rush well, it be much. Now gotta make my tap, it they rush. The kind money we touch, yeah. It they rush well, it be much. No be hype, everybody they crush. There's no darling with us. You fool me jackpata, I dey go Ghana. You never thought you dey from papas. Which kind money we never see before. Cause hello me, got me feeling I'm the one. Ajay. Can never take my cake away. Ajay. You can't count my grace. I just did my lane. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want telling me. Could deny my fantasy. They want to check if my tap ain't no wrong. But it they rush well, it be more. Now gotta make my tap in the rush. The kind money we talk. It they rush well, it be more. No be like everybody talk.
Angelina, you dey cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, I'm a Angelina. Oh me all down. Anytime when I see you for the club or the television, your body. Sure you know say the thing when you carry 50 kill somebody. You know I feel a vibe, you feel a vibe, so baby whine about me. Yeah, and I know you shy, but it's cool when we're making love. On the low, 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 on the low. Angelina, you dey cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, I'm a Angelina.
Oh, yeah. Baby, my Valentine. You know you don't make you a temperature jealous. If you leave me a good time, I swear. You are like the oxygen I need to survive. I'll be honest. Loving the thought of me, I am so obsessed. I want to chop your heart. Never did it back at this feel. But now make us feel. You're my love, one thing. You make a bad man sing.
$1,000 I go spend for your head. Talk all they want, I don't care what they say. Cause your matter, now him I want to carry for my head every night. Now you I want to carry to my bed. Oh no no, don't tell me no no no. You can be my partner, never riding solo no. And we got no man lucky, no need to party wo. I feel what you're doing, no yeah baby, gotta go. Your body they back at me sweet. Open up, make I see. Now you where they got my fancy. Don't they do me, I get body. Oh no 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 no. All of the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings stay for my yard. And like a that, you go be, you go see, you go feel because the blessings follow my yard. Blessings follow my yard. That's why I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, no disturb me, cha. I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, no disturb me, cha. Too many problems. I feel to run away, but I will go solve them. Too many bad men and not enough friends. Lord save me, don't wanna lose my conscience. I just wanna dance under the sunset. Make nobody stop my enjoyment. Oh. No. That's why I see my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back.
May I have your attention, please?
Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha.
May I have your attention, please, DJ?
I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where
I know that you're all enjoying your tea break. Just to take a moment to announce that there's also in the wings, circulating the hall, exhibitions that are going on. These are creative, crafty things that have been done, especially by Zambian women. So please, if you have finished your tea break, just before we come back to the next sessions, if you want to take a look at what's happening at the exhibition stands, then feel free to do so. Thank you.
You be my fine wine and Hennessy, oh my. Fine wine and Hennessy, oh my. Tell me where you wanna be tonight. Fine wine and Hennessy, body smooth like shea butter. She done made my heart stutter. She a wine like carnival. Baby girl, just hold me now. Say yo, take control. She a wine like carnival. Baby girl, just hold me now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ah, yeah, 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 take control of me. Take control of me. Ayo, 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 take control of me. Take control of 2 by 2, 1 by 1. One like say you don't have no man. Pump up it up like a gas station. Pump up it up like a gas station. 2 by 2, 1 by 1. One like say you don't have no man. Pump up it up like a gas station. Pump up it up like a gas station. You be my fine wine and Hennessy. Oh my. Fine wine and Hennessy. Oh my. Tell me where you wanna be tonight. Fine wine and Hennessy.
What it is, hope, what's up? Every good girl needs a little love. Every black boy needs a little love. If you put it down, I'ma pick it up. Can't you see it's just me and you? Never ever knew that's my point of view. Hey, all about me, that's the energy. That's the limit, that's the thing. I'm a 10-piece, baby. Bedroom fully in a bando. You gon' make it flip, do it with no handles. Never switching sides, only switching angles. Ooh, we go crazy like Rambo.
What is a menstrual cup? How do we even explain what this is to someone who has absolutely no idea? Well, a menstrual cup is a small, flexible, cup-shaped silicone material that is inserted slightly into the vagina to collect menstrual fluid. Now, if you're already familiar with tampons, this will be a lot easier for you because they're both internal period products and they sit in the very same spot. However, if you're more conversant with sanitary pads, I'm going to break it down a little further for you. You see, sanitary pads are designed with absorbent materials which allows them soak up blood onto themselves, after which they're mostly discarded. But menstrual cups, on the other hand, are designed to collect menstrual fluid, making them reusable. All you need to do is empty the cup, rinse, and reinsert to continue collecting more blood. Kindly visit our page for more educational content on menstrual cups and other sustainable solutions. Bye for now. Hello friends, today we will be talking about our sister products, the Team Cup Applicator and the Team Cup Sterilizing Units. I will be starting with the sterilizing unit. It serves two purposes. One is to effectively sterilize your cup, and the other is to conveniently carry your already sterilized cup. It's collapsible, which makes it very portable and easy to carry about. Next, I will be talking about the Team Cup Applicator. Trust me, all you need to insert your cup is your God-given hands. No, 3 fingers actually. But ladies who keep really long nails often find it a bit challenging during insertion of their cups, as the nails tend to prick their intimate region during the process. That's where the Team Cup Applicator comes into play. It is made up of 3 parts: the body, the piston, and the cover. Let me quickly show you how to use this. So the cup is folded and inserted into the main body. Then you introduce the piston. Now it's ready to be inserted. Let's imagine this to be the vagina. You slot it in and then you're ready to shoot. Once you shoot, it pops open and now your cup is ready to collect blood. There are different types of menstrual cup applicators available in the market, but we chose this particular design because it does not require the introduction of a lubricant. We do not want to tie you in the cycle of needing to purchase external lubricants for you to be able to effectively use this product. All these products are available to make your transition to menstrual cups very seamless. Bye for now.
Lusaka.
Na ce ba ni da abin kwada gaskiya na yi karya. Da farko zan yi wa Allah Ubangiji godiya da abun da ya yi mini a kan tafiya nan da kuma gwadima wanda ta iya bani wannan izini domin in yi tafiya nan. Allah Ubangiji ya saka mushi da alheri.
Amin.
Tafiya na tun ba riga na fara ba na samu ganewa nan da na samu da farko kamin shiga airport na Abuja gaskiya na gani sabon abubuwa, na gan sababbin fuskoki, na gan sababbin harnuka, abin da na gani a wurin kuma ya sa ni idanun sun samu buɗewa. A cikin tafiya ta biyu shigan jirgin ma ban taba na shiga jirgin.
Wow.
Sai na shiga.
Hadari ya yi kokari kenan.
Wallahi na shiga jirgin kuma a shigowa jirgin na gaskiya na yi wa Allah Ubangiji godiya.
Mun gode Allah.
Kuma murna yana na cikin zuciyata ba iyaka. Na kuma yi godiya da na shiga na samu ganewa abin da ban sani ba, ban taba na taba ba, ban san cewa akwai su abun kallo a cikin jirgi ba, ban san yadda yawan fadin jirgi yake ba, kuma na gane yadda mutane da dama sun zo hade-hade wurare daban-daban sun shiga jirgi. Na Allah Ubangiji ya taimake mu kuma kai a zato na gangane kamar jirgin ya kan hawo sama da cewa akwai hanya ne a sama, amma yadda na shiga jirgin din nan sai ban ga hanya ba, na ga iko Ubangiji jirgi yana amfani da iska kuma mun kai nan lafiya. Mun kuma zo kuma da muka soko a
Lusaka.
Zambia kuma a sokowan kuma yadda na sa nufi da cewa zai sokon gani bai zama mini haka ba, na ga abu mamaki wanda Ubangiji Allah ya yi mini, kuma na yi godiya yadda na shiga wata kasa na sake zo kuma yau na shiga wata kasa. Abun godiya ne a rayuwa na har na gama rayuwa ban san bari fada wannan abubuwa ba, har ma abun da na sinta a wurin zai yi tafiya ne har zuwa ga iyali na domin su kuma su gane ta wurin fadi wanda zan faɗi su za su testify su samu wani experience kun ba su ga su ba. Na yi wa Allah godiya, na kuma yi muku godiya kuma kun yi amfani da wannan lokaci kun ce mana mu nan ne a yi wannan workshop. Ubangiji Allah ya saka muku da alheri, aikin kunnan da kun yi ya kuma rabban fanya ya kuma sa aikin nan ya zama da fadi sunan ku
yanzu kin shiga kasa biyu kenan fa.
Na fada.
Me sunayen kasan?
Kasan da na shiga Zambia. Na shiga Uganda da Zambia.
Congratulations.
Na gode.
Thank you. So, ki gode ma hadari kuma.
Ba iyaka har ma ko rawa ma da waka zai yi.
To ba ki yanzu ne ko an jima? Rawa
zai yi yanzu.
Ki rawan gobe.
Gobe ko
but 3 are the easiest, which I love to recommend to new users. The first is the C fold, where you fold the cup in half to look like the letter C. Next is the 7 fold, where you bring one part of the rim to meet the base to look like the number 7. Then the third, my favorite, the punch down fold. Just place your hand on any part of the rim, punch it down, and hold the folded parts together. I really love this fold because it leaves you with the smallest diameter for easy insertion, and also because when the cup is inserted, the moment you let go of your fingers, it snaps open immediately, no hassles at all. In some rare instances where your cup fails to open up immediately it's inserted, just reach for the stem, wiggle it gently from side to side, and it does the magic for you. At this point, let me quickly tell you something very interesting about the vagina. The inside of the vagina is not smooth. It actually has folds called rugae, which gives the vagina elasticity, allowing it to stretch and elongate to accommodate anything that is inserted. And it also allows it to stretch wide enough to be a passageway for childbirth. The rugae is very beneficial to menstrual cups because once the cup is inserted, it allows the cup to create a suction against the vaginal wall. And that suction helps to prevent leakages and also eliminates the possibility of your cup ever falling off. That's why even with a menstrual cup on, you can still engage in all the fun activities that you love, like dancing, swimming, running, hiking, and full body workouts. Contrary to the fear of some women, it is impossible for a cup to get missing inside the vagina, because at the end of the vagina is your cervix, and no object can get past your cervix. Another very fantastic thing about menstrual cups.
As in, you've seen what they are selling. All of you who didn't go, but why? We hope that you get to see what's on display and you get to patronize the women before we leave here. Thank you very much. Thank you once again for staying with us. First ceremonial part over. The second part, which is the business of the day, is about to start. Could your First Lady, please, could you sit down and have your ladies sit down, please? Volunteers, could you return to your places of assignments, please? Tea drinkers left, could you move your tea to your seats, please? Trifina, I can see you with your tea. Move it to where you're seated. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, delegates. Good afternoon, delegates. Kuja women, yayade. Thank you very much. Gwagwalada women, yayade. Thank you. Buari women, are you here? Thank you, everyone. Thank you for staying with us thus far. Without much ado, we will move over to the first panel. Yes, the first panel. But before my team lead gives me a bombastic side eye, let me go consult and do housekeeping. Our very first curtain raising panel will be focusing on empowering women in technology to foster digital inclusion, leadership, and innovation. On this panel, permit me, I can't find Mr. Henry Nkoma. He must have disappeared, but whatever happens, the panel will move on. Please permit me to invite to the panel table, as it would be, a Nigerian teacher who was a federal minister of women affairs in the cabinet of President Olusegun Obasanjo between July 2003 and June 2005. She is currently the director in charge of Interim Joint Matriculation Board, South Nigeria. From 1968 to 1986, that would be too far, but she looks too young. She worked with an American international school, and thereafter she moved to the Federal Ministry of Education. She was once a secretary to the Akwa Ibom State government during the Victor Atta administration. She has been here and done that. She's quite a mover and shaker. She has received awards, including the Distinguished Award of Excellency for Educational Management and Policy Publishing. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me welcome Dr. Rita Akpan Ego. You're not clapping well. Madam, you're welcome. Please climb up and delicately take your seat. Next on the panel is the representative of the Permanent Secretary, Gender Division of Zambia. She is a dedicated professional with a strong background in social work and community development. As a Permanent Secretary, she plays a key role in promoting gender equality and women's empowerment in Zambia. Representing Mrs. Miangadi Kabika is Mr. Henry Ngoma. Please clap better. You just had tea. It's only tea. Also on this panel is the woman who is an expert in intellectual property rights and STEM innovation. She's a renowned academic and expert in design, technology, and intellectual property rights, boasting over a decade of lecturing and departmental leadership experiences in universities in Botswana. Join me welcome the highly erudite and intelligent Dr. Chinando Mwandapol. You can take him, ma'am. You're not clapping well. You don't know the book she knows, so clap. Thank you very much, ma. You take the seats at the extreme. Ma'am, look at me. Doctor, this way. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Also on this panel is the founder and director, Salapuka Foundation in Zambia. Join me welcome Mrs. Florence Mabuluki, the wife of the erudite bishop and a high-achieving woman in her own rights. You're not clapping well. Is it easy to marry a man of God? In the Nigerian climb, we would call you Mommy Gio. So let's clap for Mommy Gio. Yes, ma'am, please sit there. And our moderator for this panel is a high achiever, a woman who is breaking the limits continentally and globally, from South Africa to the United Kingdom, spreading over to the United States of America and all around the world. She is a global entrepreneurship, management, leadership and employee wellness expert, and the Chief Executive Officer of Vanny Moodley and Associates Property Limited. Join me welcome Vanny Moodley. Are you a CEO? Don't you want to be a CEO? Clap!
Dr. Vanny?
Yes.
I'm told that there's a representative here of Professor Abubakar, of this gentleman.
Suleiman Balamo. Who is representing? But the chair is not there.
Yeah, so we need to get.
So, Dr. Vanny, I hear Professor Bala has sent a representative to join your panel too, so you're complete. Volunteer, bring one chair up here. Volunteer, which volunteer is by my side? Joseph, please come bring a chair up here, please. Please come closer. So you need to shift in a bit. When the wife of the man of God and the PhD sit together and they close in their chairs as if they're forming a caucus. Amazing. So please separate your chairs and let the brotherly love and sisterly love continue. We need the name of the representative, please. I think it might be Igwe. He's here represented by the president of the Africa Students Union. All Africa Students Union, ASU. ASU always means strike in my country, but this one is a different one. Please join me welcome Igwe, who's here representing Professor Suleiman Bala Mohammed, the chairperson of the AWC He for She. He's here represented by Osisi Ogu. I call him Igwe. He looks more like an Igwe. Over here. Please take that. Take that. Give that. And your 45 minutes starts now. Would you be needing extra microphones? Because, okay, I think the sharing formula is okay. Thank you.
Testing. Testing. Great. A very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen, and a very, very warm welcome to our panel, or very first panel discussion today on empowering women in technology to foster digital inclusion, leadership, and innovation. So it is my absolute privilege to welcome you to the panel session. And as we gather to just explore a topic of such importance, we recognize that today's digital world really holds vast potential. However, this potential can only be realized when it is inclusive, and I think we can all agree with that. It has to be not only inclusive, but collaborative and really driven by diverse voices and varying perspectives too. So our focus today is threefold. First, we will discuss digital inclusion, the critical need to break down barriers that prevent women from fully participating in the digital economy. Then we will address the role of women in leadership within technology and digital technology. And of course, we will address the role of women in leadership within technology, a sector that really thrives when experiences or varied ideas and insights are brought together. So finally, we will examine how empowering women in tech fuels innovation, creating solutions that not only push the boundaries, but also better reflect on the needs and perspectives of society as a whole. So as we begin, let's reflect on the transformative power of technology, but let's also consider how, with the underrepresentation of women, and we appeal to the panelists today to also talk about women who are underrepresented in various spaces, we risk losing valuable contributions to that transformation. And this panel will delve into strategies, best practices, and personal stories, good case studies of how they have basically made a difference in their particular space with regards to women in technology. And it's of course looking at how they have created equitable and forward-thinking solutions. So in your responses, we appeal to you to keep that in mind as we progress through today's session. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome or join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists, each of whom brings a wealth of experience, as you have heard, insight, and of course commitment to advancing gender equity and innovation in tech. Let's get ready for this inspiring discussion, and I'm going to basically start off by asking specific questions to individuals based on their experiences. So just to give you a bit of a break, because you've been pounced on at the last minute, I'm going to start with Mr. Henry Nkoma, who's representing Mrs. Mayinga Kabika. The first question is, what specific challenges do female digital technology entrepreneurs face, and how can this ecosystem be adjusted to provide them with better support? And then we will basically move over to Osisogo to basically share his thoughts on the same question. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think we first of all must acknowledge that digital technology has come to stay. Digital technology is something that we have not had, or we didn't have in the past, but it's here now. However, there are challenges that women particularly women that would want to benefit from the use of technology, digital technology in particular. One major challenge is their literacy levels. If you want to look at our situation here in Zambia, our literacy levels are still quite low, especially in the rural areas. The other thing is the lack of empowerment in terms of financial capacity to procure or access gadgets that use technology. However, in my country there have been innovations by the government. Some of them include empowering women and girls with digital gadgets such as small phones to implement specific programs. We have a program in Zambia which we call Girl Education and Women Empowerment and Livelihoods. It's called Goodwill. This program is supported by the World Bank in partnership with the government of Zambia. It's an empowerment program where women are being given small grants to do some businesses for self-empowerment, to change their livelihood. A gap was identified in terms of how to deliver this service, to provide the money, particularly in the rural areas. So in order to effectively do this, the government, in partnership with the World Bank, designed this program in such a way that it also had a mobile phone as part of the package. A small phone for women in the rural areas to be able to access the funds and build their businesses. The other is to try and improve the education levels of the girl child through the Keeping Girls in School program, which is implemented through the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Community Development, and coordinated by the Gender Division. The idea is to expose the girl child to not only technology, but science. And once they are exposed to science, mathematics, we see a future where these girls who will become the future women to be fully equipped to accommodate digital technology, being able to access it and being able to utilize it. We are still hampered, of course, by connectivity challenges, particularly in the rural areas, where not everywhere you go, you may find the internet access. So government again is working to try and see how connectivity can be boosted, particularly in the rural areas. So in brief, in terms of challenges, literacy levels will top, particularly in the rural areas, and also connectivity challenges, which limit communication and access, to digital services. Maybe for a start, I would pause here.
Thank you, Mr. Nkomo. Thank you very much, Mr. Nkomo. Thank you for that input. I particularly like the World Bank project and the idea of, closing all ends in terms of accessing technology as well. And the one important point that we would like to come back to at a later stage in our discussion today is access to data, because without that, technology is irrelevant. So over to you, Mr. Osiesogo.
Thank you very much. My name is Osiesogo Zikeni. I'm here to stand in for Professor Suleiman Bala Mohammed, who is the immediate past Vice Chancellor of Nasarawa State University, Nigeria, and also is the chairperson of the AWC He for She Forum. And standing in his big shoes, I'd like to respond to the question according to how he might have done so if he was here in person. Talking about the challenges women may face in terms of this digital revolution that we are approaching. Basically, I would think is that of stereotype. If you check the space, people tend to forget that digital revolution is actually fast moving away from the analog era, where industrialization required a lot of strenuous activities like the men dominated the former era. So this is an era that is even going to favor the women better, because it's going to be, like we call it in Nigeria, soft work. It's going to enhance the extent to which women participate in trade. It is actually going to change the narrative as to how women did before, when it has to be engineering that looked like laborious work. So I think the stereotype behind the fact that anything technology may be a man's work may have affected the extent to which women may have enrolled into engineering courses and tech courses. So we must try to remove that stereotype. And of course, as men who advocate for women, the AWC he for she would like to encourage that younger girls will be reminded that technology is no longer what it used to be when your father used to go to the mines to work strenuously. It's going to be a smart era that even the girls are placed at better advantage to take advantage of than even the men. So the other, I would also think, may be that of capacity. Many women, because they have this stereotype, they may not go to read some of these engineering-based courses or technology-based.
Let's say they want to sell products through that. Do they have all the other equipment that you need in order to be able to do online selling? If you don't have it, then maybe that's not the option you should be looking at. So we'll then do a prototype with them. Once we do the prototype, we'll test it. So we'll test it live. We'll test it, maybe the number of customers that they have. And we'll go through it. And once we've identified how to fix that problem, once the problem is fixed, we'll implement it. But at each stage, we're working with the women. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Shinandu. And I think, you know, that brings us to the whole point of the foundational issues needing to be addressed, and that is access to basic resources in order for digitization to be accessible to women. And, you know, just to use an example in South Africa, for instance, the universities encourage students in their junior degree, honors, or master's years to basically innovate in the digital space. And they provide support in the form of incubation and other resources. There's also grant funding that's made available and so on. So these are some of the ways in which universities and institutes of technology are basically dealing with it. Mrs. Florence, as the founder and director of Salapuka Foundation in Zambia, and as a person who is a role model, as an example of your own journey into digitization, please share with us on the same question. In what ways can women in technology help bridge the digital divide, especially in marginalized communities?
Thank you very much. As I've been introduced, I'm Florence Achume Mabluki, and I'm a teacher by profession, a United Nations Global Humanitarian Award recipient under Global Women Foundation, and I'm also a founder of Salapuka Foundation and director. Salapuka simply means wake up. I would love to share my experience with the women that I'm working with. Before we can even think of inclusive in digital era, I think I would love to mention that the women that I'm dealing with are those grassroots women who hardly even know their phone numbers, who have to ask their friends to tell them their phone number. So you can imagine that it's a foreign language for them. And my appeal would be those digital platforms who are well programmed. I would love them to have a program for beginners in a digital program, because that would help to set off those grassroots women. Because when you talk about digital, they don't even know what animal you are talking about. So, and from my own observation, we have a lot of women under the grassroots And I'm very grateful when the PS was sharing, he said that there is a program where they are giving phones and also helping women. I would love to learn more about that so that I can reach out to the women in my community. And I would like to share my success story with digital era. I am coming from an analog era where we used to learn in a classroom with a lecturer in front of you and interacting with them. And as years went on, we came to digital era and I needed to advance my education. And I thought, going to university and sitting in a class with my children, it would be very tough for me. And there is a name that they have for people who have past the age to go to university. They call us mature age. So I said I wouldn't stand that the stigma. So I heard of a program on Zoom with International University Leadership in Ghana. And I said, wow, I think this is my chance for me to advance myself. So I registered, and it was cost effective in the sense that I didn't have to go to Ghana for me to learn in class, but I did it online, and it was also time effective because I was doing it in my own time and in my own comfort zone. And I also appreciated it because I could network with so many students in different countries. I would network with students from Kenya, Mozambique, Rwanda, just to mention a few. And that was very, very effective for me because I learned a lot when I interacted with those students from different countries. And the other thing is, now with this technology, the world is a global village. You can reach anywhere you want with your fingertips, and you can access so much skill, so much information from other people who are doing things that you are doing. In other words, you don't need to invent the wheel, but you can ride on the back of those who have gone before you. And I feel that's very, very good. And I recommend the digital era. And I wish and pray that, Dr. Dumai, this won't end here. You also introduce a program to integrate women of grassroots so that they can network with other women in different countries who have gone maybe a step ahead. So peer teaching could be a very welcome program so that women would feel comfortable when they are being taught by their own peers. And I think I've shared enough, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Florence, and I think I'm sorry to rush you on that very profound personal experience, and I like the whole concept of peer teaching, and of course the networks that were created with online programs. We think it's very isolating, but here it is. Dr. Rita, share with us, as in your role as Interim Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, firstly, how are you encouraging young women to pursue careers in digital technology? And I want you to go on to talk about, given the fast pace of this digital evolution, how important is lifelong learning for women in digital technology? And how can they be supported through this continuous skills development process? It's on. It's on.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to take us back to the era of an African woman those days. An African woman is a mother in the house. An African woman is a teacher. An African woman is a nanny in the house. An African woman is a woman that stays at home. An African woman, men believes an African woman should not go to school. But I thank God for digital technological systems that have come out. Now, an African woman in educational system, the 3 domains of education must be observed. The cognitive, the affective, and the psychomotive. And one of those things we have to observe is early curriculum in education. Early curriculum in education must be observed for them to introduce to the females in UBEP, secondary education board, in primary school section, secondary school section, to tertiary school system. How can we introduce this curriculum? We have to make sure we advocate to the Ministry of Education in different countries to let them know that an African woman should be introduced in our curriculum. There are some topics or courses that an African woman is being entitled to or blessed with. For example, an African blessed woman is blessed with skills of acquisitions. There are a lot of skills that you can observe in an African woman that you think because she has to go to school first. No. But if these curriculums are introduced in schools, I think African woman, a girl child, will do better in the society. Secondly, we need funding. I am always with students. I am always giving admissions to students. That's my role in the whole country, in the whole federation, in universities. I discovered that some of our students, some of our female students don't have access to admissions. Why? Because they are scared in some different courses. Like for example, electrical engineering, female students are scared. Male students are there. 70% of students that we enroll or give admissions into schools are male in electrical engineering, mechanical engineering. But you find out that female, 30% of those females that are there do better than men. Do you agree with me? They do better than men. So we should also support and advocate the policy of an African woman, a girl child in education. Now, e-learning should be introduced. Policies should also be introduced when it comes to that, so that the scholarship system, funding system, mentorship programs can also help to advocate for African women. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rita. I think you touched on some very profound points there. One is access to funding, policy review and policy change, especially in terms of access to digitization and programs and interventions in that particular space. And of course, the whole concept of mentorship, which is absolutely critical going forward. So I know that in the, my MCs are going to basically be putting me under pressure right in a few minutes. So I'm going to start with the final concluding question, and that is, how do you envision, and this is a question for all of us to answer on the panel, how do you envision the future of women in technology over the next decade? And what trends do you think will have the most significant impact on our environment? If you can just limit your response to a minute, that would help me a great deal. Thank you so much. Shall we start with you, sir?
Okay, thank you very much. I think, having said earlier that stereotypes against women, just like the last speaker alluded to, against girls taking up technology courses is actually one of the lacuna that we're facing. I would like to suggest that we must introduce levelers. There are policies made by the legislature, even policy implementers like the Joint Admission Board of Universities must be made to see that women are given, affirmative action mustn't be about political appointment and elective positions. It must start from the basic level. Now, which women are you going to be giving these positions if they are not equipped? So I think affirmative action should go back to the point of admission into universities, into certain courses that are technology age. Since we have agreed that we are already in the technology age. So levelers must be introduced. And secondly, this is not Prof's opinion, but mine. I want to suggest that there are things that have actually taken too much emphasis with the girl child, especially when there are outreaches that keep talking about menstrual hygiene. Probably, I think, yes, we must always do it, but emphasis on them taking up digital inclusive courses must also be made, so that if we see like 2-3 outreaches talking about things that are peculiar to girls, then we would make more of those outreaches that are bringing them to at par with the boy child. It's not like it's a competition, but it's equipping the girls to catch up with what is required. So I think there must be levelers, like I said, for the girl child. I am a student union leader, so I want to talk about the girl child because I think that is the peep into the future. So I think there must be levelers, and those levelers must be emphasized. Policies must be made to give them a quota. The rural women must be encouraged to encourage their girls to go into these courses. Mechanical engineering uses AutoCAD now. You don't need to go into just like military. You don't need to carry guns anymore. So there are people who are in the simulation rooms and all of that. So these are places that are, let me say, girl child friendly. And of course, I dare say, as I round up, that the digital age is even more girl child friendly than the boy child. And we must introduce these levelers that must make the girl child catch up and, of course, put the stereotype of a girl child not being in this space to the dustbin of forgetful past. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Sisiogo. Thank you for that input. Can we have Dr. Chinandu? The same question. How do you envision the future of women in technology over the next decade, and what trends do you think will have the most significant impact? Please assist me by keeping it to a minute. Thank you.
I think the future of women in technology, okay, I'll be very quick. The Harvard has this thing called the complexity of knowledge. And what it's looking at is how industrialized a society is. And we tend to forget digital technology and industrialization are closely linked. So I think the future of women should be in the industrialization process.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shinandu.
Okay.
Mrs. Florence, what are your thoughts in this space? The future of women in technology over the next decade, and what trends are will have the most significant impact?
I think the saying that goes, you educate a woman, you educate the whole village, is very, very true. So it's important that maybe the education system should come with deliberate policies where you could include adult education using the digital platform. I think that would be very, very important because from what I've observed, when you talk about digital platforms, you are mostly thinking of women who could access the tools that they can use for learning, and forgetting the woman in the rural area. I have a passion for women at the grassroots, and those are very innovative people given the chance to learn. So 10 years from now, if such programs could be implemented or put in our education system, I think women would be very, very well equipped, and they will do wonders in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Florence. Thank you so much for that. Dr. Rita, I'd like for you to answer the same question. Shall I give you a synopsis of it? Are you okay?
One of those things we have to consider is increase in representation and participation. Women should participate more actively in Nigerian workforce, likely to rise significantly. How do you put it? I discovered that in a research that when women participate, represent, train, one woman can give birth to 5 children, yes or no? And when you are well trained, your children will be trained. When you are well represented, your children will be represented. When you participate in activities that can help the country or the society, your children will be well presented, yes or no? Yes. Secondly, in trends in impacting on women, the rise of fields like artificial intelligence. Example, cyber security should be introduced to female women in Africa. They should be introduced to this. They should be trained to know that these are the workforce for this. This is what you're supposed to do when you are a technologist, when you are involved in computer, when you are involved in smartphones. You should be able to know that there are rules in cybersecurity. That will also help a female African person, a woman in Africa, to also trend in invest in the role of a woman in Africa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rita. Some profound responses there. And finally, Mr. Nkomo, I want you to add to the question from a cultural perspective, sir. So Mr. William Curran basically raised the whole question of, are we culturally ready for women's access to digitization and technology? So I'd like you to respond to that question in addition to the one about the trends. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. You know how hard it becomes when you are made to speak last after all the brilliant ideas have been shared. Anyhow, I want to say this, that for me, I see digital technology to be a great opportunity which has come to humanity for us to be more effective, more efficient, and also save time for other productive areas. I see that if women are empowered with digital technology, they will be availed silently with another opportunity to be able to do other things on which they spend so much time to do physically. It could be taking care of a home. It could be other chores that women are involved in. Should I say humanity is involved in. So I see that in the coming years or going ahead, 10 years from now, I see our society being more efficient in doing business because of digital technology, being more efficient in the provision of health services, education, and many others. However, in terms of cultural aspects, I still see challenges, which cause for us to be very alert, even as we adopt and utilize digital technology. How? If we're not very careful, again, digital technology is like it divides us. I look at a family where I knock off, I'm on a phone, my wife is on a phone, my children are on a phone, and we stop talking to each other. I think that's one thing that could be, should remind us of exactly who we are so that we don't lose it and submit ourselves to complete artificial intelligence or digital technology. So in addition to what my colleagues have talked about, this is a very positive development in humanity, but as human beings, somebody says human beings are social beings. So if digital technology will break that social aspect of humanity, I think it's something to be careful about. So even as we adopt, let's always think that we are humans. Artificial intelligence or technology should not completely take over who we are. So let's use it for progress and not dividing us or taking us backwards. Speaking on the side of government, I wanted to add one thing. Like for us in Zambia, there are policies that are deliberately there to encourage the girl child, for instance, to continue with education. And we believe through education, they will eventually be able to access this digital technology. There's a free education policy and the re-entry policy even after dropping off, maybe after falling pregnant for a girl child. So those are some of the positive strides that our government has put in place.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nkoma. Thank you very much to the panelists for their invaluable contribution. Your experience and expertise has really shed a lot of insight into the subject matter, and we look forward to engaging with you further in the near future. Thank you very much. I hand over back to our program directors for today, Glory and Rekia. Thank you.
Permit me to, no, you have to keep your questions written down. We shall come to the questions right after the second panel. We'll have a conglomerate of questions. So we are on time management right now, but not before I ask you to join them for the photo session. We have come to realize that for women to do well in this space, we have to introduce them to technology early enough. If you can do WhatsApp, you can do adult education digitally. It's very important. It's also very important that institutions like the Interim Joint Matriculations Board make a quota for women in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics to close the gap in what we have to do. And of course, these learnings must be broken down into indigenous languages to cater to women who have not had formal education, but have businesses selling gari, selling kuli-kuli, selling things that they do online. If you can put it on your WhatsApp status, then you must have digital learning to equip you to do it very further. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. And a round of applause for my moderator, Vani Modley. She did quite amazing. Lady Rekia, please, could you take over to invite the next panel, who will do 25 minutes so that we can catch up with lunch.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we can settle down very quickly. I've got a few things to remind us of just before I announce the next panel conversation. Can I have your attention in the room? Hello, everyone. The most important reason why we're here is to brainstorm around, the conversations in the room. So I would appreciate very much, because it doesn't make sense to have traveled all the way in. Yes, we've seen ourselves and we're enjoying the environment, but I'd like for us to pay particular attention to when the panel conversations are going on. I need to also explain, I don't know how many of us have picked random numbers. Okay, I'll tell you the meaning of the random numbers that you have collected. Ending day 2 tomorrow, we're going to divide into 5 groups. So if you have 1, you are in group 1. If you have 2, you're in group 2, and those announcements will come. And this is a new strategy that the African Women Conference has begun to use, experimenting from this 2024 edition, so that we're able to have every woman's voice, connected to the conversations that we're having. At the end of your conversations, we will now come back and make a presentation which will form the basic, resolutions from this conference. So we don't want to attend conferences where your voice, you cannot recognize when that decision was made. So please listen attentively to when the conversations are going on, because your number that you have picked may just fall into that conversation, because it's an extension of the conversations that we're having at the panel levels. Am I understood? Anybody needs explanation? Yeah. When we participate at the breakout sessions, is an extension of the conversations that we're having here. So there are some people who have picked a number now and would only be talking about the panel session that just ended. You need to look at it and then draw up your resolutions from that. Having said that, thank you for your attention. I'll go ahead and announce the second panel. Panel 2 conversation, they are going to be talking about harnessing technology for women entrepreneurs to drive inter-African trade and economic empowerment. Inter-African trade is something that I cannot wait to begin to happen seamlessly. So I'm really waiting to particularly see where this conference is going to, the conclusions that are going to come out of, because it's so interesting. For like the women who are outside having the exhibition, it would be so interesting for me to be able to sit down in Nigeria and just look at her page, order something, and she has seamless, process sending what I have bought online to me in Nigeria. But I know that there are issues about trade laws and all of that, but I think we have capacity in the next panel conversations that are coming up. So I'm going to introduce members of the next panel. Please put your hands together for Dr. Hawawu Maimuna as she approaches. She's the Director, Gender Studies, Nasarawa State University. Please keep clapping for her until she gets there. Thank you very much, Dr. Hawa. The next panel discussant is Emma Matiza Guta. Please give her a big round of applause as she approaches. Emma is an entrepreneur, sales and marketing consultant, marketing strategist from Zimbabwe. Please give her a big round of applause. Thank you. The next person is Controller E.J. Edeldorf. I'm so sorry. Please give her, compensate my mistakes with a big round of applause, please. Thank you. It's the Customs Area Controllers, Kirikiri Lighter Terminals, Lagos. Welcome, ma'am. The next panel discussant is Mrs. Jane Eko Undiandeye. Thank you. Forgive me if I've murdered the names. She's the coordinator of DIOWA, that is Glory. Defense Intelligence Officers' Wives Association. Please give her a big round of applause again. Thank you. Let me quickly bring to the panel also Mrs. Salama Tushoaibu, First Lady, Kuje Area Council. Please give her a big round of applause. As I see this woman coming up to be a panelist, you guys don't know where I'm coming from because this is the 8th edition, and I'm just happy for the level of participation that is going on at this 8th one. Please give her a big round of applause again. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the moderator of this panel conversation, none other than Dr. Princess Juma Idoneji, President, Country Associates Network. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much. And Princess, we're trusting that, they have 20 minutes to go through this panel conversation. Thereafter, we will take the cumulative questions that you may have written down before we go on to lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. First, I want to thank you all for your patience and attention at this time. But I want to protest on behalf of my panelists that you are not doing justice to this panel. People have traveled all the way and to discuss, and then you're reducing our time to just 20 minutes.
As a princess,
and so we're going to try to do something about it.
Thank you.
And so we welcome you all to the Harnessing Technology for Women Entrepreneurs. Today, we explore how technology can empower African women entrepreneurs, driving intra-African trade and economic growth. We are aware of AFTA. We have unprecedented opportunities. Our panel will discuss digital solutions for women's entrepreneurship, financial inclusion strategies, success stories, policies, and then together with you as our partners, we will unlock the potential for African women. So welcome to our session. So because our time is limited, I think we're just going to go with a question each. That is not fair because I know our women are roaring to go. They have so much notes, but be that as it may, we will try our best to do the needful. So we have some great women who are here to help us address this whole session. So my first question will be going to Dr. Hawa Minoma of the Nasarawa State University, the gender focal person. Our question here is, what are the key challenges women entrepreneurs face in assessing technology and market, from your experience as a lecturer?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be a bit academic on this part. I think I would term these women entrepreneur key challenges as African men, because God has created us to be a companion with one another, to support one another, to move one another to the next level. So to that, I have some acronyms of African men. That one of the challenges of this women entrepreneur is the issue of access barriers. That is access to resources, limited resources available, funds, and networking. These are also some of the problems that women entrepreneurs face in relation to marketing their goods and also to establish or expand their businesses. The F in African is funding gaps. That is difficulty in securing loans, grants, and some other things that will make them to establish their businesses. Then the next one in Africa, that is regulatory hurdles. More complex or bureaucratic process in securing this loan is another problem that women face. And there is issue of infrastructure, that is the I in Africa, infrastructural constraints. Before you have been given this loan, you need to show something to back up for the loan to be released to you. And how many women has those facilities on ground? Most of the time it is the men, especially in the community. They'll be thinking that if you have like 5 houses, 10 houses, they will ask you, where did she get it? How is she able to accumulate such wealth? They will start investigating. But if it is the man, it is his all, it is okay. So that is another thing. And the next one I think is C in Africa is cultural stereotype. That there is need for that woman to be high expectation of the woman. You have started a business in the last 10 years, 5 years. You're supposed to be more than Dangote in Africa, in Nigeria. Why are you still stagnant? That high expectation is another problem. The A in African is access to markets. Most of the women doesn't have access to markets to explore themselves and so other areas. Then the N, networking limitation. We have the opportunity to be here to network all our businesses. What about those that are unable to attend these conferences? At least that one. Then we have the men, male-dominated, that is the gender there. Then education and training. We don't have much training and much education.
Thank you, Dr. Hawa.
And then navigating
I'll
technology.
come back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we appreciate Dr. Hawa? She has a lot to give us on this, but we don't really have much time. I'm coming to Emma Guta, an entrepreneur. How have digital platforms enhanced your business operations and market reach? You make it very brief. We know you have a lot to give, but we're trying to manage the time. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll start by with the introduction. The development of the digital age
is perceived as a notable evolutionary process in entrepreneurship, standing as the main element which brings its contribution to the social and economic progress of the modern world economies. In addition, the manner in which organizations and entrepreneurs conduct businesses was changed by the evolutionary rhythm of digital technologies. At its turn, this process determined consistent alleviations in the operational efficiency that created ramifications and allowed organizations to materialize socio-economic goals and entrepreneurs to reach self-actualization in business. This nails on how digitalization has facilitated smooth flow of business in my life as an entrepreneur. Specifically, it hammers how procurement, payments, sourcing, and communication was facilitated by digital platforms. On the issue of procurement, I can now, in my own business, conduct my procurement through the digital platforms. I can procure my raw materials, I can procure my packaging materials through the digital platforms without me having to make a phone call, without me having to present myself physically to the companies. Communication has also been improved through digital platforms. As we are all here, I can see everyone is holding on to a cell phone, and I'm sure we are all conducting businesses, which means communication is now available 24/7. It has also come in to lessen the hassles which we used to go through of making payments. It was not easy making payments across borders, but now that hinge has been overcome through digital platforms. I can make my payments using my Visa card, using my credit cards, and that has actually made life easier for most of us.
Thank you, my sister. True, the world has become a global village. With just a button, you can do everything. It's made it more interesting and made it more easy to do things. I want to come back to our sister, our controller, a woman in uniform. When we see women in uniform in Nigeria, we're all so glad because they are not just there, but they are there representing us. So I want to ask you, how can customs procedures be simplified to facilitate women-led trade? Because we still have these barriers, this bureaucracy around the customs and how women goods need to get out, you know, with all these AFTA and all that we're talking about. How do we ensure that the customs will facilitate the trade for women-led businesses?
Thank you very much, moderator. Customs over the years has evolved, and we've come online with the new developments in the international business world. So customs, in line with the World Customs Organizations, has come up with a lot of policies that helps businesses, not just for women, but for everyone in the trade chain, to do their businesses with ease. We have things like time release studies that enables us to track the time from which your consignment comes into the ports and cleared out. That enables us to check the bottlenecks and to clear the bottlenecks. So a lot of women need to come on board with all of our processes. Like all our processes for now are all fully automated. So it means you can actually sit in the comfort of your home and do your business. You can move your goods and your services from any part of the country, any part of the world, to another country without having a third party come into play. So some of the things, like I said earlier, that customs has put in place are things like advanced ruling, which gives you an advanced information on the classification to use for your consignments. So you are no longer in doubt on where your consignment falls under. Those are some of the barriers that before now used to hinder clearance processes. So when you know ahead of time the classification, the duty you are going to pay, it enables your business to go smoothly. We also have things like the pre-arrival reports, which we call PAR. It's an advisory document that enables you to put your documents together, because a lot of time before now, documentations and the processes scares a lot of women away from doing business. But today we have women that are involved in what we call authorized economic operators, whereby you have your line of business, you have the particular things that you bring in, and over time you have built integrity with our system. We know that there's a low risk in your importations. That way you are not delayed when your consignments come in, they are cleared in good time and your goods are delivered. So customs has keyed into the world of the digital involvement to ensure that a lot of women can be involved without fear of being hindered. So I think women on their own parts need to get awareness, need to come on board, knowing that business today is a lot much easier. You can, like I said, you can sit in your home and do your businesses. All you need to do, get on our platform and get all the information you need, because the information is out there.
Thank you so much. Let's thank the Nigerian Customs for that information. For all of you who are here, I'm sure you're holding your phones. You should be aware that we are live. Dr. Juma is streaming live, and I'm sure that most of our sisters who are out there are also getting this information. So coming to DIOWA, the Defense Intelligence Officers' Wives Association, our sister, Mrs. Jane Eko Udandeye. As a previous participant in AWC, what will you do differently when working with your women when you go back?
Good afternoon, everyone. As we know, I was here for the last year AWC, and going back to my women, I'm going to do like a survey, give them and ask them the different businesses. Like most of them are into, because what we do, we actually train our women in it. We do skills acquisition for most of them, because as you know, our peculiar industry, the military, we have a lot of widows. So we do a lot of training. We send them to most of these skills acquisition. They learn different trades. And so for them to be able to give us, we'll try and do like a survey for them to give us like feedbacks on what their businesses, the challenges they've been having, technologically and technology-wise, and then we'll take it from there. When we get out those surveys, we'll be able to know how to handle it based on their feedbacks from them.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate our sister. Thank you. We do know that she's coming from a regimented system, but we need to support them continuously, because the women who are in that space are also women. Before anything, they are women. Our First Lady from Kuje. I didn't hear a round of applause for our sister from Diowa. That's more like it. Our First Lady from Kuje, you have been attending AWC, and you continue to attend AWC. Right or wrong? Good.
By the special grace of God.
Okay, by special grace of God. So since you have been attending AWC, how has this impacted your women? Do you just come here, your women sing for you, and after that, what next?
Thank you for this wonderful question. But before I start, I would like to appreciate Dr. Jume Amodu, the co-convener of this conference, for a wonderful job. Every year, you have turned out to ensure that our women are counted and they get knowledge on how to empower themselves with the needed tools so that they can have a better life for themselves and for their children. I would like to start by saying I have been attending AWC conference right from Marrakesh, Morocco, to date. I think this is my 5th conference. And when I started, I didn't come alone. I came with 3 women. The next one that should be in Rwanda, there was a little bit of reduction because of funding. But the next one in Banjul, I added it, we were 4. The next one in Ethiopia, we were 5. And now in Zambia, the group has skyrocketed to 10. I would also want to appreciate the chairman of Kuje Area Council, His Excellency, the Executive Chairman, Honorable Abdullahi Suleiman Sabo, for giving us this opportunity and this platform to come here, to listen to conversation, to see what we can pick and take back home. What I have done going back home is to ensure that our women learn from those of us who attended the conference how they can make impact in their little way in each community. We ensure we set up programs and meetings to be able to teach them how they can stand on their own and ensure that their girl child have access to education. And then the little trade or the little businesses and the little marketing they are doing, to ensure that we put them through on the safe practices so that they don't fall into wrong hand. Here we are talking about technology and the global age. Technology, to me, is a good thing for our women at the grassroots. But of course, the last panel spoke about the fact that most of these women do not have internet facilities at that area, at those communities. But at least, like she said, most of them have handsets. With those handsets, they can send messages, they can send the goods that they are selling, they can send whatever they are doing on WhatsApp so that everybody who has their contact will know that this is what they are selling, and then call them and ask them for it. Then secondly, I would like to share just a little about what technology is helping our women. Last 2 months, yes, we worked with the UN Women Country Office in Nigeria because we had an issue with deforestation. That's now the environmental impact of technology. We had an issue with deforestation. Most of our women at the local level cook with firewood. So almost all the dense bushes are now bare land because they fell these trees and use them for firewood. So the UN women came in a community called the Fara community to try and see how they can ensure that these women begin to use low-cost biogas. How do they do it? They use the animal dung, both cow and chicken waste, and try to put them to use so that it can light up smokeless gas for them. And this has also helped them such that they now cook easier. The time spent in the kitchen is no longer much, so they have much time to do their businesses, and it has increased their funding. Thank you, ma.
Thank you for sharing your beautiful life experiences. We can see how impactful that has been with your women. I'm sure they're so happy. And then we're rounding up this session. So last question for all the panelists. They're supposed to take 2 questions each, but we'll just do this. Madam, from the customs, what will you recommend to all the stakeholders here to harness technology for women entrepreneurs?
I recommend mentorship. I recommend training. In all our various sectors, we should organize training for women in particular to give them the awareness that they can do international business with ease. I also recommend partnership. So those that already have the experience can partner with the upcoming ones, take them by the hands and lead them to do international business. I recommend creating of more awareness all over the places. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam, in 1 sentence, what do you recommend?
That's for the women?
Yes.
Yes, I would recommend my women to do international businesses, like we said, find a way of go, like the e-commerce, do more of what you can.
Networking,
Yes,
yes.
in
Okay.
businesses.
All right, thank you so much. Let's appreciate our sister also. Dr. Hawa Minoma, what do you recommend?
I recommend Dr. Jumai. The D is digital literacy training, R, research and analysis, J, joint venture partnership, U, understanding target markets, M, mobile friendly, M, mentorship programs, A, access to funding, and incubators, accelerators.
If we leave this teacher, she will not stop. And to my sister, Emma Guta, what do you recommend as mentorship initiative to support women entrepreneurs? In one sentence.
Mentorship has come with a lot of benefits. There's feedback, there's guidance, there's follow-up from the mentors. So women are benefiting, and every woman should engage a mentor if you want to be successful in your entrepreneurship.
Thank you. And our First Lady from Kuje, Haja Salamatu, what do you recommend as mentorship initiatives for women entrepreneurs?
In mentoring, I would want you to, there's something in the African tradition we call, you get the person you are mentoring, your mentee, you back him up, and make sure you teach him everything that is required, so that when eventually there's any loophole, she can always come back to you and have solutions to her problem.
Thank you so much. On this note, we've come to the end of this second panel session, though very short, and I'm sure it has been impactful. Let's appreciate these amazing women who have taken us through this journey in the second segment of the panel for the African Women Conference 2024. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please, can we give Princess and her team a big round of applause? While I invite Dr. Jumai to come and join them for a quick group photograph, this is one session that I was really looking forward to, honestly. I think I'm going to have to go and join their panel conversations when they meet tomorrow, because for me, it's very, very key. And I really don't know if Dr. Jumai can listen while she's doing the photograph, why AWC, for instance, cannot create that kind of marketing platform where African women, as we go around African countries, can, subscribe to and have their products, sold on that platform as a result of the African Women's Conference. You're going to talk about it. Fantastic. Okay, a big round of applause for them again. I tell you, they had interesting things, especially the lady from customs. I want to listen to. I think I'm going to barge in on her at lunch and just keep asking my questions. They all had very interesting contributions, and I'll follow up on it. I encourage us to also follow up on some of those conversations. Lunch, I'd like to partner with you on something. Hello? Can I partner with you on a decision I'm about to take? I know that we have questions for the two panels, but also the management of the hotel is under pressure because we've not had our lunch, and the kitchen, the chef wants to close his session and go because he's only going to do lunch. So the other chef wants the kitchen back, and this chef has not finished, his session. So I want to partner with you. Do you want us to go to lunch, come back and exhaustively trash out our questions for, maybe 20 minutes or 30 minutes and close for the day? Or do you want us to push against the chef's wish and do the questioning really quickly and then go to lunch? Everybody who wants to go to lunch and come back, say aye. Those who want to have the questions before they go to lunch, say, the ayes have it. So the ayes have it. We're going to go to lunch, and then we come back after lunch so we can take questions for the two panels. Thank you very much. Yeah. This is, it's at this lunch that you use your meal tickets, please. Your meal tickets, I hope you haven't lost it. If you have lost it, come to my side and stand. If you have lost your meal ticket, come and follow me here behind. We'll sit down and beg the chef. But please find your meal tickets and go to lunch. Thank you.
Give me love, give me love, give me honey. Baby, don't they do me? That's cool, I'm in love. Give me love, give me honey. Baby, don't know when you take it on me. Give me love, give me love, give me honey. Baby, don't they do me? Funny, funny. Give me love, give me love, give me honey. Yeah, you don't know when you take it on me.
Hello, Damaris. Damaris, please, and the volunteers, lead people to lunch. Lead people out to lunch. I think it's happening.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Okay, manje kaliona. Checking microphone. That's it. There's a call.
Neighbors, please call your neighbors. If your neighbor is missing, please call your neighbor. We need to reconvene. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, delegates. Good afternoon, African women. Good afternoon, well-fed African women. Good afternoon, intelligent African women. Good afternoon, digital African women. Good afternoon, business-minded African women. Good afternoon, and please welcome. Not to worry, I know that the stomach and the state of rest walk hand in hand. There's something about being well-fed that wants to draw you closer to your bed thereafter. But please, before we go there, before we go through the interrogation of this, of the presentations that have been made, permit me to invite Anna, Miss Anna, to please step forward for 5 minutes to tell us about the menstrual cup and other issues that concern womanity and menstrual hygiene. Please, a round of applause for Anna.
Good evening, everyone. All protocols duly observed. I would like to especially thank Dr. Jumai Amadou for giving me this gracious opportunity. I'm really grateful. Thank you, Ma. My name is Anne Rhodes. I'm fondly called the environmental enthusiast because of my passion for environmental protection. I am a strong advocate of the UN SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production. I am deeply committed to providing safe and sustainable alternatives to things that have high negative impacts on the environment. A typical example is the reusable menstrual cups that you've seen played around. I don't know if I should apologize. I saw some people cringing when they heard vagina, vagina, vagina. I'm sorry, but our generation, we call names as they are. We don't sugarcoat anything. It's the vagina and we address it that way. So I just want to cast our mind to a little statistics. It's established that a single woman will use about 11,400 units of disposable menstrual products throughout her lifetime. This is just one woman. Then you ask yourself, how many women do you have in your household? How many women do you have in your communities? And how many women do you have in a city? It's a lot. Apart from being an environmental nuisance, because at the end of the day, most of these disposable products, they end up in the landfills. Sometimes they find their ways into water bodies, leaving them heavily polluted. So apart from that environmental nuisance which they cause, another great factor about it is that it is budget friendly, because a single cup can last up to 10 years. All you need to do is to, let the cup collect the blood. You empty, you rinse, and you repeat, you reinsert. Let me try to make us understand how the menstrual cup works. When you compare it with other disposable menstrual products that we're more conversant with, like the sanitary pads, the tampons, those ones, they're designed with absorbent materials. So just like your tissue, when it's exposed to liquid, they soak. And when they soak, they end up being, you need to discard them. They cannot be reused anymore. And you use one, you use two. Some people use up to 3, 4 in a day. And for some ladies with heavy flows, not a single pack is not even enough to cater to them throughout a single month. So apart from being budget friendly, it's very easy to convert people who are already familiar with tampons, because the menstrual cup sits in the same spot where the tampon sits. That's in the vaginal canal. So you just insert, and then it collects the blood. You empty the cup, you rinse, and then you don't even need soap. And then you reinsert to continue collecting more blood. So it's not just budget friendly, it's not just eco-friendly, but it's also proving to be safe. They are made from medical grade German Becker silicone. They are FDA approved. And if you notice one thing about our menstrual cups, when you compare them with other menstrual cups, there are several bright and beautiful colors of menstrual cups out there. You see pink, purple, different attractive colors, because we're talking about women and women love colors. But we chose to keep ours safe, free of any form of additives like dyes, coloring, fragrances. So they are clear, they're white in its natural state that silicone comes in. Okay, so I've spoken about a single cup serving up to 10 years. So it's budget friendly. 10 years is 120 different period months. When we do the mathematics, economy is hitting hard on everyone. So everybody will need to save a little more on their finances. There are so many benefits. Because of the limited time, I honestly will not go into the benefits. But when I start to talk about the benefits, it will seem as if I am exaggerating. But let me just talk about a few. Apart from being eco-conscious, apart from being budget-friendly, they also help to maintain the vaginal pH and ecoflora. Let me just talk a little about this. When I used to use disposable sanitary pads, I noticed something. I didn't know that was the trigger. At the end of my period, I always developed irritation, an urge to scratch. And then it continued for a while, and I resorted to using boric acid. It's very common now to give me some level of relief. It was when I was 4 months into using menstrual cups, I realized that was when I even noticed that had stopped. When I did a little bit of research, I got to understand that because these sanitary pads and tampons, they are designed to absorb blood. So while they are absorbing the blood, unintentionally, they start to mop up the normal natural moisture that is expected to be maintained in the vagina, leading to dryness. Dryness causes itching and irritation, and then it goes on like that, and it's an unending cycle that you just find yourself being trapped in. So that's my own personal testimony. Yes, I migrated into using reusable menstrual cups because of my passion for environmental protection, but along the line, that was also an advantage for me that I took with me. Then it also helps you to measure your blood. Like, every cup has a capacity. There's a 30 ml, there's a 25 ml. And you realize that we don't even bleed as much as we think we do. You just find out that the blood is absorbed into these, cotton materials, and you find yourself very heavy and bulky. But when you see how you have a cup that is small and measures, you know that when you have a full cup, you just collected only 30 ml of blood. It helps you to also track your blood loss, especially for people who are anemic that need to monitor their blood levels. Then it's very convenient to carry about. If you're going to a place, for example, like a short travel, okay, I don't believe in coincidences. I feel things are divinely arranged. It's not a coincidence that I'm giving this talk and I'm on my period today and I'm wearing a reusable menstrual cup. All I need to do is just to visit the restroom. I have done that just once today and I'm good to go because this is a long program. So all you need to do is just to monitor your level of flow. It can be inserted for up to 12 hours. You can change it in the morning at bath time and in the evening at bath time. But for people with heavy flow and new users, they're encouraged to check more often so you don't have any surprises or leakages at all. In a pack, sorry, I didn't stop at my seat to get some things to display, but it's okay. In a pack, yeah, the bag there. Thank you. So in a pack comes with the reusable menstrual cup. It comes with a cotton pouch. The cotton pouch is not exactly an accessory, but it's needed to store your cup at the end of your period. Thank you. Yes, that nylon. There's a nylon. There's white nylon there. Yes. Thank you so much. Yes, that's fine. So this is an example of the cup. It's very, very flexible. It's made of silicone. It is not hard. It's painless. You don't feel any irritations at all. So this is the cup. It comes with this pouch. This pouch is just needed to help you store the cup at the end of one period and before the start of another period. And of course, a carton box. This carton box has inscribed all the onboarding information that you need to correctly guide you on using the product. So let me just quickly talk about these accessories because we're just trying to make people, receptive of the product so you don't have any excuses at all. We have some accessories that can help you if you need to. But trust me, you can do this with your fingers, but some people, like to be a little lazy sometimes. So you can, this is an applicator where you insert the cup into the applicator include this, and then you shoot. So some people who keep long nails also struggle with insertion because they tend to prick themselves. So this can help you. Then this is also a collapsible sterilizing unit. You put the cup inside and then you sterilize just once and you're good to go. It's collapsible, very portable to carry, and you open it and there you have it. So they are, like I said, they're very budget friendly. A single cup, that's the entire pack like this, is selling for $5. And the entire pack like this is selling for $5. And each of these also is selling for $5. So should I add this? I've been seeing some young folks like myself coming around. They seem very interested. You know, I know the younger generation, they are more receptive towards trying new things. I've interacted with several older women. They are more, are you sure? Are you sure? But I realize that the younger people are more receptive towards this. But I noticed that maybe because of, I don't know, will I say economical situation, but they just look, they're interested. So this might be a humble plea in case some people want to reach out or assist. You know, some people who want to get the product, but they're, maybe because of their different priorities, they're not being able to get it now. So I would like to drop that also on this note. And thank you so much.
Please give her a big round of applause. First and foremost, I think that what you do is very bold. Being able to freely talk about some of the things that people want to hide and all of that. So that's good. I probably have questions myself. But I think maybe you have also answered it, especially when you define that the younger generation is the one that is more willing to use this product. And at that point, I knew I had to come to this microphone because I don't understand. What are you really saying to us? Even though, yeah, you are even stroking us on top. The Gen Zs are the ones that, you know. But otherwise, thank you so much. Please, a big round of applause for her again.
My team lead, I think what she was trying to say is that if you have been using WhatsApp, that you should try the cup. That it's for everybody, that it belongs to every generation. But I think, Anna, for most of us, our concerns would be if the cups have sizes. Because for some people, real heavy menstrual flow, you feel it come out of you like a river. Whoops. So would it fill the cup? Fill my cup, Lord. And where do you move it to? So just don't worry, we'll come to you for that. Yes, we will lift it up to you. But it's now time to interrogate the presentations that have been sent, that had gone out earlier. You see this the hour? You see this the hour? But before that presentation, so when we went to AWC last year, Ethiopia, we had other officers' wives who joined us on that trip. Sadly today, while here, we have received very sad news that we sadly have lost our chief of army staff in the country. And the wife is a supportive wife. So I crave the indulgence of all delegates, because the hour is here and she's representing the wives of those in the armed forces and all. Shall we stand up for a moment of silence in honor of the departed? Please, if you're making noise anywhere, silence means silence. And while you're silent, pray for God to give the wife the ability to go through the process, because it won't be easy. May the soul of General Tariq Lagbaja find eternal repose. And may God comfort his wife Maria and the 2 children that he has left behind. Thank you very much. Please have your seats. So, who is going to ask the question? Fire the first salvo. I saw all of you very eager to ask questions then. Not to worry. When you ask your question, direct it to a certain individual, and then we will take the microphone. Please, your questions should stay within the topics of discuss for today on the panels.
Thank you so much, great women of Africa and the minority in the house, my few gentlemen in the house. I think it was worthwhile, especially the last panel, and I really want to thank the customs. One, it was quite obvious from the custom. We learned that not just from custom, there are low-hanging fruits in terms of advocacies where women have nothing to do but to plug in. And I think that plugging in is very, very key because it calls for direction. And that is what AWC is doing. So it's another cap for AWC to be able to provide an advocacy that can direct women towards, issues of trade, technology, bridging the digital gap. And also, if the man from ECOSOC is here, we have the AFTA and all those. Under ECOSOC, there are so many advocacies that are supposed to help women drive business. I don't know whether they are just there for more or less as abstract forms, or how have we been able as women, how have women been able to tap from the abundance of that? Because it speaks to exactly what customs is saying, that there's an ecosystem that makes you do business with ease. And it's not only for women alone. So it means anybody can plug. And I want to believe there are so many such opportunities. So with the kind of direction and the sort of mentorship that AWC is doing through peer review mechanisms as has been advocated, there is a need to drag from even the grassroots to the top. Let women be able to know that these ecosystems exist, and it is not just for men, but also provides an opportunity for them to just plug in. I think the operative word is plugging into existing ecosystems. It's an observation. Plugging into systems that are already existing to the guide of the AWC. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Chizobo Wichi. I'm a Nigerian journalist. My question actually goes to Dr. Rita. During her presentation, she talked a lot about African women. But I think we cannot remove the fact that it's the girl that becomes the woman. And as somebody in the academia, I expect that she would have told us what the education ministry is doing to expose the girls early to technology. I know there's the issue of STEM, that's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. How are they cashing into existing policies and maybe creating new ones? She talked about having a course, African woman. For me, I don't think that is actually necessary, because if we key into, in Nigeria, that's what I can speak on. If we key into what we have, probably we will do better. So my question to her is, can she throw more light on what the Ministry of Education is doing to expose our children to digital technology? Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Rita, I'm coming straight to you because that bullet is yours to take. If you don't mind, please step forward, ma'am, because you are quite at some area. That is within the IJMB.
Well, there are some certain things we don't expose when you are a director in Ministry of Education. We do it in a coded way. But I want to let you know that there are measures Ministry of Education has put in to help a girl child technologically. One, I explained about the curriculum. I talk about curriculum. When you want these girls to start learning from the scratch, I talk about universal basic education first. In educational sector, when you want to really touch a girl child technologically, start from the basic, which is called universal basic education, from nursery, primary, secondary, to before SS1 to SS3. I think educational people that are here will understand what I'm saying better. Yes or no? You understand what I mean? But I want to tell you, your question, we are going to go back to also appeal to the Ministry of Education that what can we do to help our girls, to encourage them technologically in the aspect of what you have just said. And I'm trying to let you know that I personally will do it. I have taken it upon myself to go to Minister of Education, and I've been discussing with him. I also talk about when I said courses for this. Why I said that, I am trying to appeal to Minister of Education that there should be a college for basic studies for women. Let me tell you, there are women here that don't know how to write. They need that. It's not only a girl child. Yes or no? There are women that need education even at this age. It's not only a girl child. When I talk about a woman, I'm referring to a girl, I'm referring to a woman. So if girls should need the curriculum for that, women too that are this age should also need, because they will help us. Now they have skills as acquisition that they are learning. Some of them do kuli. How did they know how to miss it? If somebody should ask you, how do you miss kuli? What you have learned, or if you know how to write, you can be able to explain better. Thank you.
Any other question, please? Prof. Wanile.
This one is not Prof. Good afternoon, our distinguished panelists. I'm Dr. Asma Wademu from FCT. After appreciating everybody, especially the conveners, our Royal Highnesses, our Excellencies, and everything, everybody here is very, very important. And the discussions we are doing, very, very important and key. In fact, I was so impressed with the last speaker because it was what we were discussing all along about this adult education. Digital literacy. We'll go back. People have to understand how to read and write. I work with the communities. Our Royal Highness is here. Most of our women, they don't know how to read and write. Of course, their children are educated, they go to school, but most of them, we are still battling on how they can even hold their hospital card. They will hold it upside down. So really, having a deliberate policy to ensure that women at the grassroots have informal education is key. Afterwards, then maybe they could be in clusters or in cooperative groups, and the peer teach learning that was spoken by one of the resource persons. You know, some of them are shy. You know, timidity, we are still encountering it in the communities. They don't want to talk, they are shy, they feel that maybe if they ask questions, they will laugh at them. So the peer and the training of trainers within the communities will help us greatly so that we will be able to have this digital literacy. It's very, very important. The world is a global village, and we cannot invent the wheel, and we have to go with the trend. Before you sell your kuli, just like she said, you have to understand how to use technology. They all have phones, their children have phones, but how is it that, I'm coming back to my question now, we can simplify the fact that these women, my mother doesn't even know how to dial my number. Every day I have to call her through somebody, or she'll say, I want to speak. You know, we still have it. She's old, over 70. Then how much more of some middle age? And we want to advance. So really, this meeting, if we can be able to profile a solution on how we are going to impact on the grassroots, the women in the community, so that we can have a kind of strategy to be able to change their thinking again. Because when you say, no, I don't know how to use, I don't know how to on the TV, where is this boy? You see, we are saying, and to show them the advantages of technology. All of us know you blend your tomato with blender, you, instead of grinding, you pound your poundo. You know, it's really good. A lot of good, it helps. Sorry, I'm taking too much time. Maybe it's not the time, but it's something we should discuss around. Then we'll come out with something that we can also do it in our various communities so that people will be in tune with technology. Thank you very much.
Technology for the mothers, for the grandmothers, for the great-grandmothers. Technology for kulikuli seller, gari seller. Which other thing do women sell? Weedy seller, groundnut seller, the hibiscus drink seller, Zobo Unlimited, and all that. If they have phones, we must find a way to educate them to employ that phone to make huge sales so that they can send Zobo to customs, Kri ports, and then Comptroller Eldok will say, have you met NAFDAC standards? Yes. Oh yeah, Kia, it's heading to Zambia. It's heading to Ethiopia. That's the way to build womanity. Do we have any questions from this side? Father, Lord. My boss, I'll come back to you, but let me stay here first. This way, none over here. Women have to learn to ask questions. If you don't ask, you will never know. Ma'am, it's yours.
Thank you very much. I just have two questions, and I think is one question per panel. In the first panel, the one that was moderated by Vani, I think is a concern, and I'd like someone from that panel to answer or see whether they can provide some sort of direction. I'm a bit worried when you say that women have phones. I don't know if anybody is thinking about the level of phones that may be available at the level that we're talking about, at the grassroots levels. These phones probably are not internet, connected, or they're not, you can't even do WhatsApp on it, and I'm hearing a lot of WhatsApp. So I don't want us to go away thinking that, the phones will solve the problem. Where those phones are not, what hubs? Is it possible to form, like, when somebody was giving a lecture, he said, one man they found in Tanzania who had, an internet facility. What are those other strategies, that can be utilized as alternatives where, the actual phones we have are not that, competent? My second question will go to panel 2, harnessing technology for women entrepreneurs to drive inter-African trade. Like I said earlier, inter-African trade is something that my heart desires, because I buy a lot of things from, African countries, and then I cannot recommend other people to buy it because, they're not going to be able to get it. And one of the things I thought could happen is the laws around our trade, and this is not just concerning the customs, but I'm happy to hear that customs is doing a lot, opening up some of those barriers that, women could, or women's businesses could face. In terms of laws concerning, I don't know whether it's domerage now. you know, somebody can import something from somewhere and the customs will just keep it for like, till that thing is spoiled, maybe? I don't know. What innovations are going on around the quick release of things that are sent across Africa? Thank you.
So I will start with Comptroller Edeldwok. Then I will end with Gupta for the second question. And then Dr. Chinandu will take the first question.
Thank you very much. You know, I hear this all the time. When people talk about demurrage, the first culprit is the customs. But in natural sense, in the port, we have various agencies. We have the Drug Law Enforcement Agency, we have the Standard Organization of Nigeria, and all the others. That's why today we have a single platform, where we call the single window, where all these other agencies are part of it, and so they see the shipment ahead of time. So if it's a consignment that needs SON, which is Standard Organization of Nigeria, so they know ahead of time that, oh, electronics are coming from, let's say, Zambia, and then they know all the requirements that you need to have. So to avoid demurrage, I think importers, first and foremost, must know what are the requirements. What am I expected to have? So ahead of time, I mean, ignorance is not an excuse. You go ahead and get all your documents. I say this time and again, the truth is, we have what we call fast-track clearing, whereby your documents are in place, your requirements are all met, you've dotted all the T's and crossed all the I's. I mean, dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's. So your consignments do not even sit in the ports. There are people that bring in consignments to Nigeria, for instance, and even before they pay their custom duties, they take delivery of their consignments. Because they know ahead of time that they must first send forth their documents, whereby we have a platform where we can assess and look at everything you're doing ahead of time. And there are also importers that have built integrity over the years, so it makes it easy. So what I would say to this is, to avoid demurrage, key into what we already have in place. Get into our system. We have a help desk where you can ask your questions, where you can, you know, whatever it is that's bothering your mind, where you can get answers to those questions. And then when you bring in your consignments, they don't need to sit at the port at all. I know of big-time importers, for instance, that bring in fish. You don't pay duties on fish when they come in, because these are perishable items. So as soon as the ship is arriving, they are taking delivery. So a lot of women today belong to what I said earlier at the panel, what we call authorized economic operators. It's a group of business people in the trade corridor that have integrity. They don't have questionable importations. They don't hide under, you know, different disguise to bring in unlawful items. So when their consignments come in, there's nothing like demurrage. And other government agencies that are also involved in the clearing chain, once you meet their requirements, you won't go through demurrages. Thank you. I hope I've answered your question.
So they don't pay import duties on fish? Okay, I thought. I was almost going to fight my Titus fish seller, but God has saved her. So, Ma'am Gupta, you are the strategist. You heard the question, you heard her. How do African women explore the options available to them to run a seamless trade on the African continent, taking into cognizance the laws on free trade on the continent of Africa?
As women, we mustn't limit ourselves. There's nothing wrong in doing information gathering before you start anything. I would want to say most of us, we've found ourselves on the wrong side because, like I said on the panel, we need to engage the mentors. Those are the rightful people who take us through in whatever we want to do as entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Dr. Chanda, you are an expert in this field of technology, of STEM. So she has asked a question about phones. Sometimes African women, they say, we have phones. but they've never asked us what kind of phone do you have. Is it a smartphone or a traditional phone? So how do we, connect this nexus and then fill in the gaps?
Thank you. Okay, thank you for the question.
She may want to add something. Oh, no, I just wanted her to understand. Are there alternatives? Not necessarily, discussing the standards of the phones now. What are those other alternatives that these women can rely
you mean
on?
Alternative strategies for communication. Okay, remember when I was talking about that design thinking model? We begin with empathy. And part of empathy is trying to understand what is it that the women you're working with have and do not have, okay? So normally you find women within urban areas have phones, but what they don't have is data. So even if you can have the phone, you cannot use that phone because you can't afford the data. Whereas women within a rural area context will not have the phone and they will not have the data. But when we go within the rural areas, we're assuming we're going into a community which has a street chief, which has a social and communal structure. So what we do is we go into a community and we go through the chief or whoever is in charge of that community. And normally you find that within that community, because they're aware of the needs of the women, they will have actually set up options for the women. So maybe when we go and we visit them, there's one person who's in charge of communicating with us on their behalf.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Glory.
Yes, please.
Okay. She explained, something, and I take, the explanation. But I don't know if anybody here would, let me take your mind back to a scenario. I think in Kaduna State, back in Nigeria, there were women who were farming. Maybe they have tomatoes and stuff like that, but they don't have the money to process tomatoes into, purees or anything like that. So what they will do is they will find a common processing center where every woman now has access. You farm, you have your tomatoes, 10 bags, 20 bags, and you want to, so you take them to that processing center. Now, for women who want to sell their products in another country and does not have the phone, what efforts can be put into a collective center where they can take their products to that will definitely have the data that they don't have, or have the right phones that they don't have, or register under an organization like maybe AWC? Do you understand? Because they are registered under AWC, and AWC has, a center point where they can operate and sell those. Because again, it is a burden on them, to ask, for instance, for the requirements. So a lot of them will fall out. Requirements that you need for, papers at customs, they may just fall out of all those things, and they will become disinterested. But if there's a body that can collect them together, do you understand? So all she does is just go and register her products. When her products are sold, she gets her money. Something like that is what I'm, thinking from the local community they harness. And then, so these are the possibilities that I'm thinking. And I'll still go and join that panel conversation tomorrow.
Okay, so now, Auntie Rekia has given every woman in this room an assignment. What can you do at your community to plug the leakages? When you come tomorrow, you're submitting your report cards. Think of what you're going to do in Kuje, in Buari, in Gwagwalada, everywhere you find yourself, so that the women can harness the benefits of the efforts they've put in. Sir?
Thank you very much. My name is Shaka Imava. I'm from the Federal University of Technology, Mina. My contribution is on the adoption of technology. As we all know, technology is a double-edged sword. It has a positive side and a negative side as well. Because I can't imagine like a small-scale businesswoman who is struggling to produce and maybe at the point of payment, she gets scammed. So how do we mitigate this negative aspect of technology adoption? Thank you. The first panel.
Dr. Vani, who do we send that question to? Okay, so Dr. Vani says your question will be answered tomorrow because it has to go through an incubation process. Thank you very much. Okay, so our volunteer says he has a question and he has to drink water before asking the question. Lord have mercy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, delegates. My name is Daliso Magula. I'm a volunteer and a student at the University of Zambia, majoring in political science and international relations. Now, before I ask my question, allow me just to share a quote from one of the charismatic leaders called Ellen Goodwill. And she said, "The doctor in his court, the lawyer in his gown, the king on his throne, the president and his cabinet are all products of what a woman has done." And this thing keeps on burning my heart, such that I'll forever respect women for what they do and for who they are. Now, quickly, my question goes to the first panel. I just wanted to know if we are aware to say, in some African setups, there are taboos on women owning an electronic device. For instance, a phone or anything that they can use. This actually happened to me in one of the areas here in Zambia, where women even fear to own a phone. So my question is, having the African woman as an internationally known or global society, do we have an international law, a framework that will help to boost these women in digital networks? For instance, we've spoken about issues of entrepreneurship and women using technology. Do we have a law that will help them, for instance, to carbon subsidies? For instance, somebody wants to sell to another country, and we have this law that will actually restrict them on certain tariffs. Do we have such an internationally recognized law to protect our women? That's my question.
I'll go straight to Dr. Hawa Mainoma. She is the focal person at Nasarawa State University, KEFI, for women leadership, the AWC Women in Leadership. So, Dr. Hawa, is there any such law?
I don't think for now there is no really law protecting such. Because during my presentation, I mentioned that most of the law and the policies for enhancing the level of women in entrepreneurship are not really women-friendly. Is such kind of one that is very difficult for the women to break the ceiling through it. So particularly, there is no any law for a woman to enhance the level that will help in enhancing the level of entrepreneurship. Rather, the law on ground is generally for the two gender, which most of the women cannot be able to meet up with the guidelines and some of the things. And you can see that most of the time, especially in assessing loan or grant and so on and so forth, the loans are meant for the women, which they will say is purposely for the women entrepreneur. It affected me. There was a time I have a school, I went to put on some structure. So when I went for the loan, on the paper, this is what it is, that I need to just simply go to them and then apply and it will be. But to that, my surprise, it took me almost a year. That I need to have this structure, I need to have somebody that will back me up, I need to have this, that is guarantor and so on and so forth. So at the end, instead of me getting the amount needed, at the end they say my salary cannot even carry that particular. So you can see such things that cannot really help the women in having the necessary things available. Thank you very much.
Before the co-convener comes with our final question, because Ogawage is already going. Panel 1 said they had response. to a pending question. Okay, a follow-up.
Thank you very much. He said something that took me aback, that in this digital age, there's a community in Gambia that women are not allowed to use telephone. It calls for concern, and we should all ensure that we take this information very serious. Advocacy is needed, because I've not heard it before, that a woman, because she's a woman, she's denied of having telephone. I'm talking about digital age, and I'm not happy that the person from the President Gender Office is there, because it's good for us to take them up on this particular information. Every woman deserves to have a telephone, if not for anything. What if she had emergency in terms of health situation? How will she communicate? If there's network in their community, it is important. Mr. Waige, we have a concern, serious concern about an information that we just got, that there's a community in Zambia here that women are not allowed to own telephone. Is that correct? If it is correct, it is not so good in this 21st century. And if that is the case, it means we have a big responsibility on our hands as African Women Conference to start advocacy, to ensure that if it's a cultural thing, the government should see how they will be able to put an end to it. Because thankfully in our own country, we have this female genital mutilation. We have a strong policy against it in Nigeria today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. I think in my gender mainstreaming and women empowerment work, I've been to all the corners of the country, and I've had interactions with women in different parts of the corners, cultural leadership and everyone. There's no such a law that bars women culturally. No, there isn't. Sure. Thank you.
Okay,
So could you tell us why the community is so he takes it over from here?
Okay, thank you. So clarity, not that there is a law, but women are afraid of because of male masculinity.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to come.
Which community is that?
Okay, this is in Chipata Lundazi. Chipata Lundazi. So there was one time in 2011, I was just young. So what happened, a certain woman was the first one to own a phone in our community. And so the husband said, this woman has started cheating because of the phone. So they called for a village council, and the major argument was that women are not allowed to have phone because it promotes them to do certain things that are not good. So because of that, you find that other women have fear, but not that there is a law restricting them, but they have fear. So I was coming to bring a point to say, what are we doing to make sure that they understand to say, we should not fear technology. We have the ability to use it, and it is beneficial. Thank you very much.
Yeah, actually, in our works of encouraging women, especially entrepreneurs, we're encouraging them to go digital. That's one of the things we are doing as gender division. So, yeah, we are working with partners that even train our women led cooperatives on how they can be able to go digital. And there's this village banking concept. I don't know whether you aware about it. Yeah, where women have had a lot of challenges in trying to bank their money, where they find maybe one woman in the community and then that woman keeps the whole money. As the money grows, there are issues of theft. So there are certain microfinance institutions that are willing to bank women projects or that village banking without interest, and they're able to transact without any interest and any costs. So as Gender Division, we're trying to encourage women to go digital. Thank you.
There's a social problem in that community that also needs to be addressed, because if owning a phone will make my husband believe that I'm already cheating, there's a social problem that the government should also look into, sir. We shouldn't just sweep it to the carpet. Thankfully, it has come up here. Women need to be empowered. If I have my money from my trade, I should be able to have a phone to communicate and also improve on my skills. Thank you.
Vani?
Just a very quick one. I agree with what's been said already about it being a social challenge. And I think it goes with education, because very often We cover insecurity by using culture as an excuse. And when we challenge, what culture are you talking about that should avoid women from accessing technology, then people can't answer. So, we've had similar kind of scenarios with violence against women, for example. I would have men sit back and say, oh, well, it's my culture to beat my wife. And I said, what culture? And of course, they look at me and they say, do you understand the culture? I said, of course I do. So once challenged, they back off because they realize that culture is used as an excuse to marginalize and further perpetuate the discrimination of women so that it is convenient. Thanks.
So let's end it all today. Please, each one, reach one, teach one. Take the message ahead that promiscuity on any part of the gender is Banga of Equatorial Guinea is not a woman, and he has phones. Yes. No, he was not. Your question, the person who asked.
Well, where is the man that asked the question? I just want to pick some 2 points based on the question he asked before. He said, emerge fields within for women and how they can prepare women to take on roles. Number one, I talk about preparation through specialized training. Universities should have vocational centers for training. How can they have these vocational centers for training? Every university should have a center for this, skills acquisition for this, skills acquisition for this. But I thank God the minister now, or the former minister, has also introduced this, that every university should have a skill acquisition center, that that fund has given approval for them to build, that every university should have, so that there will be a vocational center for women to be trained, for students to be trained, for children, also girls to be trained in every school. I think with this, all these things will be reduced. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates from all over the continent of Africa, I think the law of diminishing returns has set in. So permit me to hand over to the amazing Lady Rekia Atta to round it off.
Thank you very much, Glory. If I can partner with you or agree with each and every one of you again, I'd like to give an amazing round of applause to Glory for the job that she's done today. Thank you so much. We have communicated like we're sisters from the same womb. She looks at me and I look at her, and then we know what we're doing and how we're going to solve the problem. Thank you so much. The next set of people I want to really appreciate for today and how today has gone is you. Please look at your sister, face your sister, and clap for her. She has behaved very well. You have, and please don't forget the brothers as well. Clap for everyone. And after appreciating ourselves, some gentlemen have hung on with us from morning till now, and I'd like for all of us to applaud the men that we have. Thank you. My assessment of day one is that day one has gone very well. Everyone has behaved very, very well. Even though we had a challenge, on how to kind of manage everything that we had since morning, I think that we have some sort been able to nicely navigate the day, and then we're here at this hour. I'd like to remind everyone to please get here on time tomorrow, because if you look at our schedule for tomorrow, it's equally heavy, very, very heavy. But we will try, like we tried today, to ensure that we go through it, because most importantly, those panel conversations, group discussions would happen after lunch tomorrow at some point. Otherwise, is there any other announcement?
The only announcement is that May I, please? Please, it's not an announcement, so to say, but when you come tomorrow, bring your girdles. It's going to be very intense. Prepare psychologically that it will be an intense second day. And we won't leave anybody behind. And I won't allow you sleep if you know me well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Also, my last announcement for the day would be that there is also a second tea break that is served already behind you. I feel like we've fed you too much today, really, if you ask me. But hello, I would also have a process in which we do it, because it's a small room and we don't want to just overcrowd the whole place, and then some people might not even get because someone has taken, more, how we behave under group behaviors. You understand? Someone would just take like 7 and then 3 other people would not have, and all of that. I trust you guys. So Damaris, is she here? Damaris and Trifina would please coordinate table by table again so people can go and pick up something. Chef Mimi, wonderful. Please give her a round of applause. I didn't conscript her. She volunteered herself and she went and did a very good job in the afternoon. Chef Mimi, please, can you help us again? Otherwise, have a lovely evening and enjoy your tea break. Thank you very much. Good night.